Okay. I've actually already started this, but then I realized, you know what? I could just do this on I could do this on Twitch. There's a ton left. Um I will go over, maybe I will just restart it. Just restart it. Or restart it. Just remembering. No. Reset. Okay. Alrighty. I'll wait for the Discord to pop up that I will. So what I'm gonna get out of the way really fast is the things that I know are on here early on that I will not play. Um, I don't even know what this one is. I also have a, because these images are really small. Some of these I like literally can't see. Or Goddesses Online. That's what that is. Okay. Let's find out what is Four Goddesses. It's a Cyber Dimension Neptunia game. It has 95% of users liked it. It is a compile heart game. All right, you know what? I'll look at some gameplay. And, oh, and it's Idea Factory. Oh, I will never play this. Those are the companies I hate. What is Neptune, like 4? She's like a 6-year-old girl or something? I hate how the UI, like, covers your character completely. Look at that. Like, you bring up that UI and your character is just hidden. You can't see your character at all anymore. Awful. Did you see how little damage they were doing to that boss that they were fighting? Look at this, it has 12,000 hit points. They're doing like 7, 19, 12. It has fucking 12,000 hit points. Dude, game looked bad. Never play that. Um, this one I think is like Infinite Dragon 2 or 3 or something like that. Um, I don't know about this one either actually. I just put this one immediately in the I will never plays last time. Um, yeah, it's like Seven Dragons 3. Yeah, it's the Seven Dragons series. Got the Seven Dragon 3. Go. There it is. The 3DS RPG. I actually think there's a possibility that I own this. Um, sure.
Peggy 12.
Peggy 12. You know, I think I actually do own this. That crunchy audio. I'll turn it up a little bit. Crunchy audio. I hate these like YouTube things or these like trailers that they do where it's like showing it on the screen. I mean, the game looks all right though. I'll play that someday. Okay, so the first one that I have played, Pool of Radiance. I've played this. I'm sorry. Of the time, Pool of Radiance, if I so that's the thing. I'm gonna grade this based on of the time. If I was playing this game back in the 80s, Pool of Radiance would have been a C. Um it's but like today I would put it in an F. I'm gonna give it a D. That's where it's gonna stay. Agarest War, I will never play. I will never play. And I have played the first one and it's utter trash. All right, moving on. Sorry, but anybody who likes the Atliers and the Compile Hearts and the Idea Factories, you will hate my list because I do not like any of the Idea Factories, the Compile Hearts, any of them. The Gusts. Gust is terrible. It's all bad. I don't like any of it. Alliance Alive was very much a D game. I didn't get super far in it, but I didn't really care for it that much. If you don't know Alliance Alive, I will show it to you. I've thought about playing it again. It should maybe be in my want to list rather than my it's bad list. Um, Alliance Alive is got ported to consoles, which makes it much more likely to be able to play it and enjoy it. It has a good aesthetic, um, but it's a very strange video game, and I never really liked its battling music very much. Its kind of lack of battle theme really bothered me. Because it actually is a straight up lack of battle theme. Like, as you can see, you went from battling back to the overworld, you just kept going, and there was no music change. Seriously, it's the only theme we've heard. Music is really important for RPGs. You gotta keep your player engaged, and good music helps keep them engaged. It's such a weird game. Um, I didn't think it was super great at the time. You know what? I'll put it in my want to plays though. I haven't played enough of it to really. Artanelico 2 and the third one are for some reason in my want to plays. I have played Artanelico 1. It is a C. I actually beat the game. So Arc-Rise Fantasia is utter trash. That game is super bad. Arc the Lad and Arc the Lad 2 and Arc the Lad. This one I've played. Arc the Lad Twilight of Spirits is totally a B. The game is actually pretty darn good. I think it's overlooked a lot of the time. It's a very good game. That's a more Arc the Lad. That's the collection actually. Arcana is another one of those it's a Super Nintendo RPG that I do want to play. The reason I'm going kind of quickly through these is because I've actually already done these for myself. Most of these are Atelier games, I'm pretty sure. I think this is an Atelier game. Yeah, this is Atelier someone. That one's Atelier someone. That one's Atelier someone. Some Atelier game. There's another one here. Iris I've played a little bit and I give it a D best. Two I don't know why I put 2 and 3 in my want to plays. Really, I guess technically that one should be there too. They're the only ones I want to give the series a chance with. The rest of these I'm putting in my I will never plays. And the reason simply is because, like, legitimately, unless I play, there's so many of them. Look at all these Atelier games. They're all Atelier games. Every single one of these, Atelier game. Unless I play these games, like the Iris games, and I'm like, man, that makes me really want to try these other Atelier games. Yeah, look, Sophie, Marie. There's that one's on PlayStation. Unless I play some of these games and it makes me really want to try other ones, like I'm not going to. I don't know what these two are. If anybody knows what these two are, great. Um, Tell me because I don't know what they are, and that makes me think I'm never gonna play them. Um, Baldur's Gate is an S tier game. Baldur's Gate 2 is down a tier. It is an A tier game. Banner Saga 1 was not good. It was an F game. It was not good. I will never play 2 or 3 because of Banner Saga 1. Bait and Kairos 1 I've played. It was pretty good. It's a C. Beyond is absolutely a C. Origin, Bait and Kairos Origins is a game I want to play. All right, now getting into things that would get me in trouble. Here we go. These are the things. There's some things here that give. As a matter of fact, I'll put that one off. Blue Dragon, we're gonna put into it. That's a D. Blue Dragon's not very good. This Blue Reflection game, I don't really know much about it. I put it in my want to playlist before last time because it looked decent enough to give it a try. And it's made by Koei Tecmo. So I don't know. It looked fairly solid, but I didn't really get it. It's a magical girls game. I don't know if I would ever want to play. Boot Hill Heroes. This is one I did not know about until I started doing this list. It's very high in my want to play list now. I put it on my wish list. It's very good looking. It has an Earthbound vibe. It looks very good. Mario and Luigi, Bowser's Inside Story. Sorry, folks, but it's a C. It's an okay-ish game. Brave Story is actually one that I own. It's on PSP. I've never been very far in it, so it's going on my want to play list. Bravely Default, I actually thought was very good. It's an A game. Bravely Second is 2 tiers down because it is legitimately mostly Bravely Default again. And I've never been able to get very far in it because Breath of Fire. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna go backwards with the Breath of Fire series. We're gonna start at Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire 1 is utter trash. Yes, I mean that. I tried playing through Breath of Fire 1 recently. The game is really bad. It is absolutely garbage. Not fun in even the slightest. It is super bad. I didn't like it at all. In contrast, Breath of Fire 2 is a bit better. It's a C. They got a little better when they went to 2. By a little, I mean 3 whole tiers. It's much better. Much better game. Breath of Fire 3, also a C. I'm sorry, but 3 is not that much better than 2. I know everybody loves 3. It's the Breath of Fire 3 is the best Breath of Fire. No. That's 4. 4 is an A tier game. 4 is really good. I like 4 a lot. And Dragon Quarter is a D. What it's trying to do works okay, but it's just really hard to swallow how you have to play that game in order to actually play it. But it is actually fairly good. Caligula is in the want tos. I own it, haven't played it. Child of Light is a D. That game isn't very good. I've played through enough of it that it never holds my attention. So I have a hard time putting it in C because I don't know that I'd ever be able to beat it. So I'm just gonna drop it into the D. Children of Mana is really bad. That's not a good game. I don't know how it got here. I guess because it's children, and so the mana games are gonna be all spread all over the place. Chrono Cross is totally an A tier game. No, actually, that's S tier. Chrono Cross is S tier. Chrono Trigger is also S tier. I am not one of those people who thinks that I do actually think Cross is better than Chrono Trigger, but not enough to put them in different tiers. They are both S tier games. Period. I do not think Chrono Trigger is the best of the best. There won't be very many things in my best of the best. I would like this to be 10 or less games. Best of the best. So we'll see. We will see. This I will never play. Class of Heroes. I'll never play. Okay, Code Vein. Let's get real, guys. Code Vein wasn't very good. I'm sorry, but it wasn't. It was not a very good game. It's very repetitive. There's a lot of awful hallways. Gameplay is okay-ish. The bosses are decent. It's not a great game. It's Anime Souls, and you play as pretty anime people, and that's about the best it has to offer. The Conception games. I think I own. I know I own Conception 2. I think I own Conception 1, but I don't really know. I own them. I don't know enough about them to actually speak to whether they are good or bad. I will put them in my want to plays because I don't really know, but I do think I own them. Costume Quest I actually played. I don't have like a hard copy of this. I think this was only ever digital. Costume Quest was okay. Um, I'm actually gonna. I'm torn putting this in D. I feel like I enjoyed it more, but it vanished into the night when it was over. Like that game came here, played Costume Quest, then it was gone. Um, so I'm gonna put it in D. Cosmic Star Heroine is a C. I talk about that game a decent amount. I actually think I really want to own a physical copy of it, but it's really expensive. One of limited runs, really hard ones to get. Um, but Cosmic Star Heroine is actually pretty good. Um, I actually think it sort of deserves to be a B. I think I am gonna put it in. No, no, it's C. Looking at everything else that I'm putting in C, I actually don't really think it's better than Beyond the Beyond or either the Breath of Fire 3 might deserve. It does. I'll put Breath of Fire 3 in B. I think it deserves to be a little higher than 2. That feels more correct. Okay. Right. These you can't really read these. This is Criminal Girls. Will not play either of those. Thank you. Chrono Cross. Crosscode is in my want to plays. Cthulhu Saves the World. Believe it or not, I've never played this, and at this point, I can pretty much tell you I never will. Um, I've heard it's pretty good, but I think that the humor in it would not be for me. So I've just kind of never played it. Daggerfall is a very good game. That is very hard to play. With the updated version around for it, it's really tempting to put it into D tier or into B tier. But I'm gonna drop it in C because the game is extremely repetitive and it is very hard to make it through that. In at the time, it would have been if you had nothing else going on. If that was like the game you bought and that was the one you had to play, Daggerfall would have been a good time waster. Um, but it's just a time waster. Dark Alliance, very good game. Matter of fact, I really like Dark Alliance. It's an A tier game. Dark Alliance 2 is a little worse. I didn't like the characters as much. That kind of made it not. But it's very good. Very good game. Dark Souls. Okay, this is where I'm gonna handle Bloodborne as well. Now that I'm to the Souls, we're gonna go through the Souls. We're gonna also do Bloodborne. Um, Dark Souls 1 is S tier. Dark Souls 1 is super good. I've played it a lot. I will continue to play it a lot. I like that game a lot. Dark Souls 2, not utter trash. That's where everybody wants it to be. This is where everybody wants me to put Dark Souls 2. It's a B tier game. I like Dark Souls 2 quite a bit. I have actually played through the game multiple times and will probably play through it one or two more times before gaming is done. Um, Dark Souls 3 is an F tier game. I know. I know. Sorry. Dark Souls 3 is two steps short. You know what? No, it's C tier. It's at least as good as Code Vein. I'll give you that. But it is not good. Not good. And then Bloodborne. Oh boy. The fact that I'm putting Bloodborne on the same level as Dark Souls 2 is going to make so many people want to kill me. But I am. Bloodborne is a B. I've only ever played through that game with one character. I've made it through the game one character. I used one character to beat the game, and then I used that same character to platinum the game, and then I used that same character, I think, for the DLC. And then I will never play Bloodborne again. I remember screaming in joy when I finally got the platinum trophy on Bloodborne and was just like, fuck you, game. I never have to play you again. And every single time I've attempted to play Bloodborne ever since, I have never made it through it. I have always been like, man, this game is not as good as I recall. And I don't know why I thought it was in the first place. I do not really like Bloodborne. I honestly I liked it enough at the time that I thought it was super good and that I have very fond memories of it, but they are memories. And every time I've tried to recreate them, I've realized that I don't really need Bloodborne remastered. So, yeah. It's a rough take, I know, but damn, true. It's a true take. A true take. Um, okay, moving on. We've got Dawn of Mana. What an utter trash game. It's super bad. Darkest Dungeon, I'm gonna put in D. I think that game has some pretty bad design flaws. One of them being that you are expected to lose people. It that game expects you to lose in order to continue growing, so that you can continue to get more powerful. Eventually, at one point, you just have to fire everybody and get a whole bunch of new people if you've been doing well, because they will feel like they're too godlike in order to go do the content you do, or that you still need to do in order to get more powerful to be able to do the content that they think they can do. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon is fundamentally flawed. I've never played two, but I think the first one has some fundamental issues. I looked this game up. It is some kind of weird anime game made by Idea Factory. Um, Deltarune is on my list. I'll play it when I get to it. I don't know. I've kind of been waiting for Deltarune to be done before I play it. I'm sure it's great. I think I played the first chapter, and I guess this is chapter one. Um, I think I have actually played the first chapter. It's a good game. It's B. It's at least a B. Um, I don't think it's as good as Undertale was, which I'm sure is in this list somewhere. But Demon Souls is also a B. Um, no, it's an A. Demon Souls is really good. I like Demon Souls a lot. I think Demon Souls is one of those games you have to play it for what it is. And if you are able to get into it and play it the way it is, then Demon Souls 1 is a good game. Um, I yeah, I'll leave it A. I will leave it A. I will. Destiny Connect. I found out about this game in this list. It looks like something I want to play. I'm not sure about it, but it does look like something I want to play. It is digital only. I had no idea it existed. It's on Nintendo Switch and PS4. And it looks pretty good. Honestly, looks pretty good. It's a little turn-based RPG where you play as a kid and a robot. Um, and there's something weird going on in town. That's all I really know about it. Deus Ex is an S tier video game. It is not the absolute best of the best, but the original Deus Ex is super good. Um, Devil Summoner 1 is A tier, and the only reason this game is an S tier is because the combat is slightly too basic. It is an action combat system where you only control Ryudo, and Ryudo can't do very much. He can attack, shoot his gun, and he can dodge. And you don't have any special skills. You don't have much that, so you don't really have a lot that you yourself can do. Um, it is a little bit too basic, just a little bit, but otherwise it's very, very good. It almost deserves to be an S tier. It really does. And believe it or not, the second one is one of the very few Shin Megami Tensei games that I can even think of that I have not played. Shin Megami Tensei 1, 2, and Devil Summoner 2 are they like the only ones that come to mind that I haven't played. Um, and all the mobile crap. Um, all right, Diablo, A tier video game. I love Diablo 1. Diablo 1 is for a slow player. You are meant to play this game slowly. You are meant to play this game methodically. It is very fun. It is very difficult. And I really enjoy the first Diablo. I enjoy everything it brings to the table. Love the storyline, the soundtrack, the atmosphere. I like the gameplay. You just got to play it on PC. Do not play console version. It's bad. Um, but judging this as a PC video game, Diablo 1 is super good. Diablo 2 is almost nothing but better. There's very little I can say about Diablo 2 that I dislike in comparison to Diablo 1. Diablo 2, I have put so many hours in that it almost should be the absolute best of the best. Um, Diablo 2 is really good. It defined what that genre should be. Matter of fact, it is best of the best. Diablo 2 is an incredibly good game. Um, and I can't believe that Blizzard has fallen so far from, because Diablo 3 is utter trash. I hate Diablo 3. I think Diablo 3 is absolute garbage. I cannot believe people play that game. It is so bad. Playing the characters is not fun. Almost none of the characters are very entertaining to play. Your resource management is non-existent, and your gear management doesn't matter. You just throw the thing on with the biggest number. It does not matter. That game is, and it's just a grind fest. They don't even respect their own storyline in Diablo 3. I can go on about that game for a long time. It's really bad. I don't like it at all. Cyber Sleuth seemed like a pretty mediocre mobile based RPG. I wasn't super impressed with Cyber Sleuth. I don't know that I'll ever really give it another shot. I didn't get super far, but I got far enough that I was like, all right, I get it. The Digimon World games, I've played 1 and 3 and watched enough of 2 to know that it's exactly the same as 1 and 3, and they're all complete garbage. I don't even know what the frick. How did they make 3 of these games? And then they made a brand new one recently. I just don't know how that happened. Not they're not good. They are not good. I don't get it. Digital Devil Saga 1 was super good. I loved it. I remember really loving Devil Saga 1. Digital Devil Saga 2 is very slightly worse. Digital Devil Saga 2, I don't remember exactly why I thought it was very slightly worse, but I do remember not being as into it as I was the first one. I put down Devil Saga 2. I didn't put it down. I beat it. I liked it a lot. It's very good. But I was very slightly less intrigued. I have a dog pawing at me. I don't know what she needs. All right. This is another one that'll get me in trouble amongst many of my friends. Disco Elysium is a D. I found this game boring. Like really boring. I don't know. The writing in it is decent, but it bored the hell out of me. I was really bored playing this. Why I haven't gone back to it. Disgaea 1 is a D. Um I F. I don't like it. Disgaea 1 is not good. Um I don't, it's like all you have is just this hub and you move around it very, the movement in the hub feels really bad. System is very clearly just tossed on top so that they didn't have to do, so they didn't do it as a menu instead of movement to try to give the game a little bit more life that it desperately needs, because Disgaea 1 desperately needs more life to it. It is, it's a sad. I know loads of people love that game. Um, is very much not for me. This guy 2 was slightly more for me. I liked 2 a little more than 1. Storyline and characters in 2 were significantly more enjoyable than 1's. 3 was also a C. I liked 3 a decent amount. I thought it was pretty good. Enough to beat it, but I didn't really. I think I liked 2 more than 3, but I think that they're both fairly good games in their own regard. Um, I'm honestly never gonna play 4, and I'm never gonna play 5 or it's just never gonna happen. This guy is not for me, and I learned that by playing the first 3 games. I was like, okay, this is never going to be a game for me. Divinity and Divinity 2 are very high on my want to play list. I really do need to get to those soon. I'm gonna skip Dragon Warrior Monsters for a second, because the rest of the Dragon Warriors are coming up. Dragon Age Origins is not that great. It was okay. I'm gonna give it a middle of the road. It is a middle of the road game. It is a C. Dragon Age 2, I actually never played. I might someday. Never played it though. Inquisition I played enough of to give it a grade, which is that it is also about a C. I didn't play it super far, um, but I don't know. Maybe one day I'll play more of it. I didn't play enough to really comment on it that much. It seems like a decent game. Matter of fact, it's I didn't play enough of it to really comment that much. I'm gonna put it in the I may play it someday. There almost should be like a maybe someday instead of a want to and a won't. Um, but yeah, it's fine. Dragon Warrior Monsters. Don't think I played two. I think the one I played was one. It's like very mediocrely. I probably will never play the other. It's too long. It's too long ago now. You know. Um, let's see. Dragon Warrior 3. What a game. Dragon Quest 3 is absolutely an A tier video game. Very good. I disagree with Japan on 2. Apparently a lot of Japan really hates 2. I think 2 is very good. Definitely a B tier video game. Um it's 4. It's 4 that's really bad. Um I'm going to put 4 in F. I'm not going to say 4 is utter trash, but god it's not good. 9 is utter trash. 9 is really bad. I don't I'll never beat 9. 9 was not fun. I didn't like it at all. Dragon Warrior 7. Whew. I don't know why I beat that game. I did though. I beat 7. So it must be a little better than trash. But I don't know why I did. Um Dragon Warrior 7 is that's a special game. That's that's a special game. Dragon Quest 8. Yes. I'm throwing that in the best of the best. Dragon Quest 8 is by far, I think, the best Dragon Quest game. Um, even though I've honestly only ever played it once, I've it is a very good game. I think I could go back to it and find out if I still believe that or not. Might be a good idea, but it was so good. I loved that game so much the first time I played it. Um, 6 is on my list. It is one of those that I have not actually played all the way through. Same with 5. I've never played all the way through 5. I've played enough of 5 to say that I do think 5 is good. I'm actually really far in 5 in my current playthrough that I've got running for it. I almost should just grade it. Um, I'm gonna put it in B. Because I have played a lot of 5. I just haven't beaten it. Maybe beating it would elevate it. You know, it's hard for me to like say like, oh yeah, 5 is garbage because I don't really know. I will never get to play 10. I don't know Japanese, and they'll never give it to us. So I'll never get to play 10. Um, 11 is very very good. 11 is an S tier game. Enough. No more. No more. No more. Enough. Um, Dragon Quest. Is this just Dragon Quest? Just the first video game? Yeah, Dragon Quest is also a B. Believe it or not, I really like Dragon Quest 1. I think it's very good. It definitely deserves to be there. 11 is the one that I would suggest people start with if you can't get a hold of 8. And 11 is significantly easier to get a hold of. But if you are going to play Dragon Quest 8, I do not suggest you play the DS version. Play the original American release on PS. It is way better. The soundtrack is significantly better, and the game just runs and looks nicer. So, like, okay, what the heck is this? Uh-oh, I don't know what this is. That's gonna happen with this. What is this game? Dragon Slayer Falcom RPG on the Turbo graphic. Dragon Slayer. Falcom. Oh. Oh. This is the PC 88 version. Real-time role-playing adventure. Unlike any other game you've played on your computer. Oh. Action, magic, pause, restart. Space bar, start. Alright, dude, start the game. Like, it is pretty quiet. For a reason, though. Is that Adol? He bleeding? Dude, this character looks freaking scary. You're like some kind of like golem. Ring? I can only hope that the this okay. Learned enough. Nope. Just big old nope on that one. All right, Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen. Definitely a C tier game. I think the game was pretty fun. I liked it. But yeah, weird game. Weird game. Dragon's Dogma 2 is on my want to play list. I actually do own it. I liked this game enough to want to play the sequel. I don't know. Putting Dragon's Dogma in C actually does feel weird. I feel like it should go into B, but I think C is actually right. I think that's right. Dragon Star Varnir. Star Varnir. Heart. Oh. This is a game I want to play. Look at this dragon. It is standing in midair. It is not flying. It is literally just standing. You can't do this whole flying thing and then not have your creatures actually fly. Fucking Tileheart is just garbage. Why do people buy these games? Just teach what RPG should be. supposed to just be a bunch of, oh my god. No, won't play it. Earthbound! What a good game. Earthbound is so good. I don't have the love for it that everyone else does, but it's really good. It's an A. It is really good though, but it's not one of my favorites, and it's just really not. Oh my god, Dark! Have you played Arena? Arena is really good. If you've never played Elder Scrolls Arena, here, let me show you what you've missed out on. Let me show you what you've missed out on if you haven't played the Elder Scrolls Chapter 1 Arena. Because you should know. Man, there was some story, lots of text. It's pretty awesome. And then you make a character. Here's your character, you make it. All of the, like, fade-in stuff that they do. And then you play the game. The same music that they use in Daggerfall, and a lot of the same sound effects that they use in Daggerfall, but it plays so much worse than Daggerfall. It's not good. It doesn't play very well. It's definitely an F tier game. It's not very fun. Speaking of F tier games, Enchanted Arms. I'm not really willing to call Enchanted Arms utter trash. If you haven't seen Enchanted Arms, that is another game to look up. I'm not really willing to call it utter trash. I'm really not. But it really probably is. The game is not good. Apparently it has Series X gameplay.
This is
Okay, we're not gonna listen to this guy talk. Game. This is the combat. And it game really did want to be better than it actually is. Let's see. It has random encounters. I think we're gonna get there. You might not actually get to. Yeah, and really bad. Not trash, but it's really bad. What is this? Elder Scrolls Online? Elder Scrolls Online. I'm just gonna say it. I actually have played it, but Eternal Ephemeral Fantasia. It's F. That game, I can't give that game a D. I can't. It's really bad. It's so misleading. It doesn't like tell you where to go at all. All of the like, it's like on a time limit for every time. It's like a time loop story. You're on a time limit for everything that you're doing, and just isn't. I always wanted to like that game, but I just don't. Just don't. I'm gonna turn. Only turn the music off after. Although I do want to keep it kind of. Okay, Eternal Poison. I don't think I have played this game. Have I played Eternal Poison? Give Eternal Poison a quick look. Is this the one I have played, or is this the one I haven't played? This is the one I haven't played. Okay. There's two games that I always get mixed up which was which, and one of them I have sort of played a little bit of. This is the one I haven't played. I'll put it in the want-tos though. Eternal Sonata, I actually really like. I need to play the PS3 version. PS4, I think it's on PS3. To find out if it like fixed a lot of the problems with the game. The big issue with Eternal Sonata is that one, new characters are just straight up better than old characters. There's no reason to use your old party members when you get the newer ones, because they're just better. The other problem with Eternal Sonata is that the game wraps itself up way too quickly. It like is going at a decent pacing, and then all of a sudden it's over. It's like the like latter half of the game just wasn't included. Now I've always kind of wondered if the PS3 version fixes that sort of stuff, because it came out later, and supposedly it has like new content. I'm not sure. The Etrian Odysseys, man, Etrian Odyssey 1 is such a good game. I like it a lot. Untold is a lot better, but I don't see Untold in here, so I'm just gonna put those two together into one package and say, there you go. Etrian Odyssey 2 is definitely a straight couple tiers worse than 1. It's basically just a copy of 1, except harder and not as fun. 3 I have not played and I have not beaten, but 3 seems to be as good as 1, at least. And then 4 and 5 are on my want-tos. I've never really gotten around to playing them. This isn't Evolution. Okay, so I'm gonna put these games in the same tier because I played Evolution Worlds. Or no, I didn't. I played Evolution 1 and then I never got to 2 because I had it on Dreamcast. Yeah, it's true. Okay, so I guess this is right for me. Now that I think about it. They re-released these games as one game, so they should really go in the same tier. Which is probably C. Evolution is, they're just mediocre dungeon crawlers. 1 was very mediocre. I'm gonna say D. 2 is on my want-tos though. I could have stayed more fun than that though. I'm gonna put it in D. Fable. Ooh, I remember Fable super fondly. Fable's at least a B for me. The game is really fun. I like it a lot. I hated 2. I thought 2 was really bad. And then from what I played of 3, it's bad. Yeah, not for me. Those games were very much not for me. Ooh, Fallout. Ooh, Fallout 1 is a B game. It's really good. I like it. 2 is way too freaking hard. It makes it a D. It's just way too freaking hard. Fallout 3? Who didn't like Fallout 3? Come on. It's really good. Say what you will, 3 is really good. It always has been, and it always will be. I've lost it. I honestly thought 4 was at least as good as 3. So, it's New Vegas, I never really played it. I've heard it's super good. I'll put it in my want-tos. I never really was able to play it because it's too buggy. And 76 I won't play. The time has passed. 76 it's too bad. Was it 8 RPG? What? What is this fake? 8 extra. 8 extra is an RPG? Why do I not believe it? Hours of big extra? There are a number of dead ends and potentially fatal choices. The whole game, rock, paper, scissors. Let's go a little deeper. Then it doesn't matter what you choose for those other ones because you don't know what it's gonna be. Yeah.
世の勝ちだな。スルーは世の役目。
Okay.
そなたは控え。
You know, that doesn't look so bad. We'll say I want to play that someday. Is that something I could get on Steam? Their PSP game on Steam? No. 8 Extella is also the same kind of. Not. I don't know if I'm, and maybe that's a good one to say I won't ever play, but we'll leave it on the want to list. All right. Bell Seal. Amateur's Mark. Hour and a half of gameplay. Look at this. Sorry, won't play that. Final Fantasy Legend, also known as Saga 1, 2, and 3. Never did care for those. They're too old for me. And I don't like the way that the system works where your characters like transform and stuff. I just want basics. I want a level up. I don't know. I never really cared for them. Mystic Quest. Let's be real, guys. Mystic Quest isn't actually good. It's not. They're making fun of us, for one. And on top of that, it's got good music. Great ends. It has good music. That's it. Nothing more to that game. Tactics. Man, I think it belongs there. It's either there or S. I'm gonna put it up in the absolute best for now. Tactics is the only tactical RPG that I actually truly do enjoy. And to me, that says something. I think that it is probably one of the best tactical RPGs ever made. It's one of the only ones I actually truly like. In contrast, Tactics Advanced is at best a C-tier game. I don't really care for it. I really don't. I think it's okay. It's okay. I don't even know if I beat it. And then A2, I probably never played. I think I maybe played a little bit of A2, but I can't say I will never play that. It's a Final Fantasy game. I kind of play it eventually, but I don't think I ever have. Utter trash. We can have that conversation. You can go watch my videos on YouTube and me playing it. I died the little Inside Play remake. Final Fantasy Adventure. Honestly, that's a pretty good game. It's called Sword of Mana, and I'll bet Sword of Mana is in here later because they probably didn't realize that it's a different game. Final Fantasy Adventure is the original Game Boy release, and it is the first Mana game they ever made. We eventually got it re-released as Sword of Mana on GBA. I believe it's called Sword of Mana in Japan. And we changed it to Final Fantasy Adventure because Final Fantasy was the brand over here for like everything Square Enix back in that era. It's a good game. It really is. What is this? Final Fantasy Echo? Is this the Echoes of Time or whatever? The Crystal Chronicles game? I don't remember which one that is. That's the Final Fantasy game. I don't remember what it is. Right, this is the weird follow-up to Crystal Chronicles that I honestly never really played. Probably should. Before I really judge it too hard. Because Crystal Chronicles, I don't care what you say. That game is really fun and it's really good. It does, like, it needs to be played in co-op, and unfortunately the Switch re-release for it, like, requires you to have the Switches. Can't be played couch co-op. Crystal Chronicles is a really gosh darn good game. It's very fun, and I wish I could play it more with friends. This is 3? Why is 3 next? Okay. Obviously 3 is an F game. It's really bad. Doesn't matter which version you play. The DS version is a little bit better than the original, but even the Pixel remaster isn't very good. I don't like 3. I think 3 has a lot of fundamental flaws. 2 is utter trash. 2 is really bad. Even the Pixel remaster didn't save this game. I like it a little bit more. I would give it like a 3 out of 10 now instead of 1 out of 10. But Final Fantasy 2 is also really bad. Final Fantasy 4. Also goes in F tier. Final Fantasy 4 is not very good. I hate the storyline. I hate the characters. I hate the aggression. It's got really good music, and the battle system is finally fun. Actually truly fun. I can see putting 4 in D tier. I'll put 4 in D tier. Not quite as bad as 3. 3 is probably the only Final Fantasy that's gonna go that low. Final Fantasy 9 is the best of the best. Fantasy 9 is one of my favorite RPGs of all time. It is one of my favorite. It's definitely my favorite Final Fantasy. I just replayed this game just this year, and it is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I love it. Love it. Final Fantasy 8, an A tier game. I'm sorry. Stop hating on 8. 8 is really good. The only thing that's wrong with 8 is that it's pretty easy because it's really easy to break. Just don't break it. I know that's really hard that's hard for people to do. Trust me, I realize that. Just don't break 8. If you don't break 8, 8's really good and really fun. Really want to put 7 up in S as well, but 7 is just an absolute best. But it is just S tier. 7 is extremely good. I like it a lot. 7 was one of my first RPGs. I have played it so many times since, and I feel like I have still played it with open eyes to what it is. It's still really good. Like, yes, despite its weird-looking characters, despite its sort of flawed storyline, I think 7 is actually worth all the praise it gets. It is an incredibly good game. Sorry, guys. This is where everyone wants to light me on fire. 6 is a D tier game. I have a lot of problems with it. I wrote a review for why I don't like 6. It's I don't like it. It does still play well. Playing the game is not why I don't like it. But I never get through 6. And I probably never will. I think it's more likely that I'll beat 4 than it is that I'll beat 6. I don't like it. Contrast, the Super Nintendo are sitting there being like, wow, you hate all Final Fantasy that isn't on the PS1. Not true. Not true at all. 5 is an A tier game. I like 5. I like 5 quite a bit. It's very good. Very good game. Yummy, yummy Final Fantasy 5. 10-2. That's probably up. It's so fun to play though. It's deep. 10-2 is super fun to play. Super fun to play. But just about everything else about it is bad. I'm dropping it in D. I just am. It's so fun to play. I can't express more that 10-2's battle system is like the pinnacle of ATV. It really truly is. It is the pinnacle of ATV. You want to see how ATV could be done? Go look at 10-2, because that is how it could and should be done. If they were still making Final Fantasy that played like that, I would be so happy and so on board. It's so good. What am I listening to? I'm Moon Fantasy. I don't know. Lost on the sea. Here's the fucking bell. That game is great. If you haven't played it, you really should. Lost Odyssey is Final Fantasy XI, and it is one of the best Final Fantasies that we have ever received. People who have not played Lost Odyssey but are Final Fantasy fans are missing out. That game is super good. It has a really compelling storyline, really compelling characters, it's extremely well paced, the battle system is very fun, it has loads of character customization with the Immortals in it. It is very good. I like that game a lot. I need to see those people play Lost Odyssey. It is absolutely a perfect. Wonderful stories in it. It's got lots of little. It's very tearjerky. Like Noah on that, right? Very tearjerky. And it's maybe not the best game to play in the current day and age because of what tearjerk's about. The premise is that the main character is an immortal. He's lived for 1,000 years, and in his 1,000 years of life, he has experienced a lot of not good things. And he's had trouble finding the joy in his life. And you will sometimes have these segments that are called the 1,000-year dreams or 1,000-year memories or something like that. It's basically things that he's experienced, and most of them are tragedies. Some of them aren't. Some of them are. Most of them are. Even when they're good, they're usually tragically good. So, yeah. 10. I want it. 10's really good. I really like Final Fantasy X. I really do. I used to think it wasn't as good, and I used to kind of narc on it. But I honestly think 10 is one of the best games Squaresoft ever made. It's not quite as good as 9, but I go back and forth on it, honestly, as to which one I actually think is truly better. 10 is so good. It's so good. Play 10. 10 is where I like to say people should start Final Fantasy. If you don't like 10, then I don't know that there's much of a chance of you liking the other ones. If you don't like 7 or 9, then you really, I don't think will like the other ones, because those are like the other two. Like, if you like 7, there are a number of Final Fantasies I could recommend from there. If you like 9, there's a number of Final Fantasies I could recommend from there. If you don't like either of those, I can't recommend anything, really. 10's the last one you have a chance of liking. Okay, 13. I'm not like the rest of the world. I don't actually dislike 13. I'm gonna put 13 solidly in the C. It is a very mediocre game. I know, I feel the rage from the internet right now. Final Fantasy VI is below Final Fantasy 13. Yes, yes, it is. And then I'm gonna make the internet rage even more with a game here in a second. But 13.2 is actually garbage. The game is really bad. It uses the same battle system as 13.1, but everything else about that game is trash. And it shows why that battle system wasn't really the reason that 13 was okay. I think one of my major problems with 13.2 was that I played it directly after having replayed 13.1 to try to prepare for 13.2. That was a terrible idea. I really hate 13.2. I think it is one of the worst Final Fantasies. It's very, very bad. Lightning Returns, though, is just as good as 13.1. It's maybe the best of the 13 games, even though it is the least Final Fantasy of all of them. It is a very fun, cool game, but it is not a very good Final Fantasy. But that doesn't mean it isn't a fun, cool game. And I definitely think that Lightning Returns deserves a little bit more credit than it ever got. When I finally played that game, I was happy I did. And by the end, I played that game expecting it to be one of those watch me suffer things. And by the time I was beating the game, I was singing its praises. So. And then 12. Everyone hates 12, right? Not me. 12's really good. Get over yourselves. 12's a very fun Final Fantasy. And it is very Final Fantasy. Screw you for saying it's not. Like, 12 is a very good game. And I think people are coming around to it nowadays. But 12 is, it's very fun. It's a good, fun RPG. The storyline kind of falls apart at the end. But other than that, I mean, a lot of Final Fantasies, a lot of Squaresoft games. Soft, not Enix. A lot of Squaresoft games also fell apart at the end. They didn't often get to the end of their games without not finishing them. 7 and 8 got finished. Congrats to 7 and 8. I think 9 also got, well, no, 7 and 9 got finished. 10 also got finished. 8 did not. It did not finish 8. And 8 not getting finished is why Xenogears also didn't get finished. They kind of screwed themselves on that one. Tactics goes on too long. That one definitely got finished, but it's still that. All of I said something negative about one of the games I have an absolute best. But it is really good. It still deserves to be there. 11. Man, I've played like 20 minutes. At best, like 20-30 minutes of the game. I don't really deserve to say I have played it. It's bad though. I think 11 deserves to be in the utter trash category. Here, I'm gonna put it in utter trash, and then for those who haven't seen it, I'm gonna try to explain why.
This game is meant to be able to be played.
So this game has a huge text box at the bottom. It is the chat box. That is the chat box. It's right there. Moving around in this game is really awkward. It's meant to be able to be played with a controller. But the camera is very strange. And it makes it really weird to run around in. And then when you actually get into like the gameplay, you start actually like fighting stuff. The game is really awkward and hard to play. I don't know if there is a way to play Final Fantasy 11 these days. If there is, I maybe should give it a try just to like have given it a better shot, so I can really truly say that I have played the game. God. Dude, you are gonna die. I don't know if you know this or not, but you're fighting an enemy on Fantasy 11. Look at this game. He won. He gained 160 experience. It took all of his MP to kill that enemy. FF11. That's FF11. Okay? Not good. Must be one of the... It deserves this spot. It does. This is where I also get in trouble. I know you MMO people. I get it. You think that your 1,500 hour RPG is worth it and that everyone should love it because it is God's blessing upon the planet. Spoiler alert, it's not. Job. You all play it as one. You don't all play it as one. It's mean. Final Fantasy 14, I have played way more than enough to have justified hatred towards the game. Trust me. I played 1,000 hours of Final Fantasy 14. The farthest character I've ever had is at the end of Heavensward. Because when you play this with somebody else and you're both playing, and then you have another character, and you have another character, and now you've actually played A Realm Reborn twice. Final Fantasy 14. I have 1,000 hours on record somehow. I don't even know how. The game sucks. I could go into it, but I'm not going to. This 15 is up next, and wow, it's the, no, it's not. What am I saying? 15's bad. 15's garbage. Yeah, it's garbage, and you'll never be able to get the full experience anymore because they stopped making the DLC, because they only made half the game initially, and they intended to make the rest of it in DLC, and then they stopped because nobody liked Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 1. Only a B game. Final Fantasy 1 is the basis for everything. It is as good as Dragon Warrior 2, Dragon Warrior 5. And it is the basis for everything. Everything built upon it. And all the ones that are better owe their success to the original. Final Fantasy 1 is very good. I am kind of basing this Final Fantasy 1 not on the NES version, but as of what Final Fantasy 1 is as a whole. All the different versions. There's so many versions of FF1 at this point. I suggest playing the Pixel Remaster or Final Fantasy Origins. One of the two. It depends on how much difficulty you want. If you want something that is the original game's difficulty level, play Final Fantasy Origins on PS1 on the normal difficulty. That is a basically one-to-one creation of the original game. Except with far more, modern looks. And it is very good and very fun if you liked FF1 as it originally was. Fire Emblem Three Houses was not good. It's not a game I haven't played, but it was not a good game. I don't like it. I'm good. I won't beat it. This is Awakening? Yeah, this is Awakening. Awakening was very good. I put Awakening up in the A tier. I really liked Awakening. It was a very fun playthrough. This is the one with Roy. I don't think I've actually played that one. This is Fire Emblem Original. I haven't played it. This is Fates. I have not played enough of it to really say. This one I have played. I'm pretty sure, because I'm pretty sure this is, I'm pretty sure I know which one this is. This is the Holy Magic one, I think. The Century one or whatever. It's not good. No, that's this one. Never mind. Never mind. That's this one. I don't know what that one is. Maybe I'll play it someday. Radiant Dawn. I've never really played through Radiant Dawn. This is the one that Martha's from. I haven't really played through that one either. Path of Radiance. Path of Radiance is my favorite Fire Emblem. I've only ever played it twice? Maybe? I remember it very fond. This one is not good. This one is bad. Oh no, that's Sacred Stones. I haven't played Sacred Stones. Never mind. I don't know if that one's bad or not. There's a lot of Fire Emblem I've never played. I don't even know what that one is. I don't know what that one is either. It's a Fire Emblem game. I don't know which one. Someday I'll play the Fire Emblem, all the Fire Emblem games. Lord of Heracles. What a weird ass game. It's really not bad. What's that song? I don't even know. Oh hey, Bravely Default 2. That is not on this list. That game is really good. Glory of Heracles. Glory of Heracles. Glory of Heracles is a very strange game. And it's actually very good. This is a review. I don't really want to review. Just want to show off.
Aside from a few points where mandatory battle sequences drag down the story, the pacing is decent enough.
Here we go. It looks really good for a DS game. It's actually really pretty cool. It's very well animated, and it is actually pretty cool. It's got a pretty good battle theme too. Heracles battle theme. It's really good. We'll listen to it for a little bit. This is a really good battle theme. Oh my god, here it is. Golden freaking Sun. Put it at the front of the list. Golden Sun is one of my favorite RPGs of all time. The game is definitely in my top 5. It is so good. I love Golden Sun, man. I wish Lost Age was as good as Golden Sun. Golden Sun. I don't know what it is about Lost Age, but it is only an A. I don't know why. I legitimately have a hard time replaying Golden Sun: The Lost Age. I think it's just paced really badly. And then, man, Dark Dawn, what a letdown. It's like I'll put it in C. Its problem is that it's too easy. The entire time you play Dark Dawn, there's never anything to challenge you. That's its straight up, like, that is its problem. And Grandia, I want to put you in absolute best, but you're S. And you know what's amazing about Grandia? You know what's amazing about Grandia? Is that Grandia 1, 2, and Grandia 3 are S tier video games. Every single one of them comes to the plate swinging. They're amazing. All of them. They're all super good games, and they really deserve a playthrough. At least there is an HD remaster that did 1 and 2 for sure. 3, if you happen to have a PS3 and you can somehow get to it, you can play it on PS3. I think it might be on PS4's shop now, maybe. Yeah, more Heracles, man. This is a guy, by the way, doo-doo. Remember the story correctly, that's a guy. I don't know if you even get any girls in this game, but I don't remember the game very well. It's been a long time. What is this stuff? Oh god, Growlancer. There's so many of them. What did I play? It was Which Girl Answer did I play? I hate to do this to Atlas in any way, shape, or form. I don't know which one I played, but I did not like it. And I can't really grade it. And it really completely turned me off of the entire series. Pretty much 100% complete turn off. Gungnir. What is Gungnir? Gungnir. That's a spear. Game. Is this a weird PSP turn-based RPG? Wow, I hate this person right now. They can't even figure out how to play the game. Select your units, dude. Dude, select your guy. Okay, I can't watch this video. This guy literally can't read the screen. I want to play that. Like it might be good. The dot hack GUs are games I want to play. I think there's like an HD remaster at some. I'll play them at some point. I still also someday feel like I should try figure out a way to play the dot hack series and see if I like it. I tried playing the first one a little bit and wasn't really into it. All the Neptunia stuff is never gonna get touched. I don't know what that is. I Am Setsuna is not very good. It played all right, but something about it really didn't hold. Yeah, no, it's good enough. Icewind Dale. The really wasn't into Icewind Dale. Illusion of Gaia. That's a weird one. I didn't know that would be in here. Put that in C. It's a pretty good game. Pretty good. It's not great. Yeah, I didn't play much of this. I'm gonna put that in D. It wasn't that fun, so I didn't really play very much of it. Infinite Undiscovery. God, what a game I would love to be able to go back and try again. I remember when I first played Infinite Undiscovery, I beat this game in like 6 hours and was really confused. I'm pretty sure that's how much of it remains in my memory. This game like took like 6 hours.
And its people. This thing gets a lot more fun in combat. There's a really nice
Yeah, blah blah blah.
know what to do. Like Star Ocean, Infinite Undiscovery is a real-time combat action role-playing game.
Yeah, we know.
I actually enjoyed.
Shut up, dude. This game is really weird, and I think I was maybe starved for new RPGs at the time. I actually remember not like hating this game, but also being like, why is it over? Like, why did it already end? Because it really does. It just kind of just ends. Like, I wonder if it got like ported to new systems anymore. It still is just like. Discovery. Hope it's not on Steam. That much for sure. Infinite Discovery. It is definitely just straight up only on the 360. Oh man. Yeah, let's check this real fast. How long to beat? 24 and a half? No way. Completion is 87? How? I swear to God, I beat this game in like 12 hours. To 17. I do not remember this game very fondly. Matter of fact, I remember that game being really bad. So, oh no, oh no, oh guys, no, we've come to it. Kingdom Hearts time. Oh, okay. Kingdom Hearts 1. Kingdom Hearts 1 is an A game. I like Kingdom Hearts 1. I think it's fun. I like the storyline that goes on with it. I think it's heartwarming. It's a very fun, good game. This is Chain of Memories. This is the next one in the series. Chain of Memories was a GBA game. If you play the GBA version, not the PS2 version, not the version that came with the HD remasters, but GBA version of the game, it's a B. It's fairly fun. It's got a weird card system, but it's fairly fun. Can we move on? This is Kingdom Hearts 2 right here, right? God, they're so small, and I don't know the box arts that well for these games. And that one's 3. Okay. And then we move on to Kingdom Hearts 2. The longest time, I thought Kingdom Hearts 2 was significantly worse than 1. But these days, I think it's just about the same. I think it's just about as good. There are things in 1. 1 is a very different beast. 1 has a lot of strategy in it. You can play that game very strategically. And like you have a lot of different abilities that you can call on at any time. It can change the course of the battle by calling upon these abilities correctly. I wish I had it on video because I had a fight going toward the last time I replayed Kingdom Hearts 1. One of the fights towards the end of the game when you're on your way to the final boss, I wasn't super overpowered. I was actually just trying to push to the final boss and just beat the game. I hadn't done any extra grinding. I hadn't done any of the extra like super fights or anything before I went there. I just went there. One of the fights on the one of the big gauntlet battles is a super long fight that goes on for a very long time. And when I beat that fight, it proved why Kingdom Hearts 1 is a hyper strategic game with a lot of thought that can go into the game and a lot of thought that can go into how to make things work, what you're going to do next. Lots of ways to gain a little bit of time to think for yourself, like, okay, what do I do? How do I keep going? What do I need to fight? What do I need to kill now? Like, it's got so much to it. It is a really good game. Kingdom Hearts 2 is a much more streamlined action game experience. Once you know how to play Kingdom Hearts 2, if it never clicks for you, I don't think you're going to like 2 as much as you're going to like 1. I don't think you will. That's what happened to me. 2 never clicked. I never really got that click moment where I understood how to play 2 and began to enjoy it. I actually only ever learned how to play 2 because I watched people who are really good at it, who do know how to play it, speedrunners, right? That is when 2 clicked. I watched those people playing that game and was like, oh, I get it now. That's how you play 2. And then when I actually played it that way, I really liked it. I thought it was really good. This game, not so much. This game is really bad. It goes in F tier. I never even played it. Well, I did. A little bit. Not very much. This game is bad enough that they literally don't include it in their remasters. They just have the cutscenes because it's not a good game and they know it. Dream Drop Distance, really, really bad. Not quite trash, but really close. Dream Drop is awful, and it is the beginning of the end for Kingdom Hearts. It is where everything started to turn upside down and become real hot garbage. And then we've got Kingdom Hearts 3, which is utter trash. That isn't Birth by Sleep, right? It is 3. Yeah, that's 3. There's 3 lines. I don't know where Birth by Sleep is. I don't know why it's not here. Because I would actually have rated it as like right up here with these guys. But I don't see it there. And I don't know why. But 3 is hot garbage. Put it next to the other hot garbage. Hey, KOTOR. I didn't expect to see KOTOR in this list. KOTOR 1 is really, really good. It's a really good game. I like it a lot. KOTOR 2, I never really played. I've heard it's not very good. I have not played that. I own it though. That I'll never play. I don't know what this is. In Japanese, I guess I'll never play it. The Gaia 2 is a B tier. It's a good game. It's not amazing. It's not as good as the first one. Legend of Dragoon. S tier video game. Love Legend of Dragoon. I just recently played through it this year. It's very good. These 3 Legend of Hero games. I'm sorry, that is a garbage video game. The second one is a garbage video game. And the third one I never played and probably never will. They are PSP RPGs that I do not like in the slightest. I will never play that. Legend of Legaia. S. Legend of Legaia is really good. You should play it. Trust me. It's a really good game. I love Legend of Legaia. Legend of Mana. Oh my god. More S's. They're all coming now. Now we're getting the S's. Legend of Mana. It's super good. Play Legend of Mana. It's really fun. Really fun game. Live a Live. I want to play this. Never have. Oh god. Lord of the Rings. The Final Fantasy X version. Is a D. it's no, it's enough. It's not very good. I never played Lost Kingdoms. I think I'll leave it on the I want to. Lost Sphere though is really bad. I don't remember exactly how really bad this game was though. I'm gonna put it in F because I don't want to be too mean to a game that I didn't play that much of. Dude, let's get to some of the gameplay, please. This is not the game I thought it was. All right. Because that is literally not the game I thought it was, I'm just going to put it in want to plays because I think it's not the game I thought it was. Lufia 1 is underrated. It's real good. It's at least as good as the Dragon Quest games. And maybe honestly a little better. Lufia 1's very good. I've heard the 2 is good. I've never really enjoyed it very much from what I've played because I always feel like it's way too easy. But I have not played enough to really judge it. I don't know that I'll ever play the other Lufias at this point. I still haven't even touched Lufia 2. I'll put them in the maybe some days, but I think they're actually pretty bad. Are there actually 3 Luminous Arc games? Whoa, really? Luminous Arc 1 was a game that I got on a whim, and it's decent, actually. It really isn't that bad. I didn't know that there were more. I didn't know that. Silver Star Story and Eternal Blue are both on my want to play list. I didn't know there was a third Lunar game. I will look into that someday. Know that? I didn't know there were 2 Magna Carta games. Magna Carta has been on my I should retry that game list for a while, but I have never really gotten around to doing so. I don't know what these next 2 titles are. I can't really see them, and I don't know what they are. Oh, Monachemia. Yeah, I should play those someday. I own them. I don't think I'll like them, but I should try them someday. Superstar Saga. I think this is the only Mario and Luigi I like. I'm gonna give it an A. I really liked Superstar Saga. I played through and beat that game when I was younger and thought it was fantastic. And then when I got Partners in Time, I legitimately really didn't like this game. And thought it was really, really, really bad. And then Paper Jam is like actually trash. It's really, really, really bad. And then I love how the other ones aren't even freaking on here. Oh man. Oh no, the Paper Marios are over here. Paper Jam is the only. Okay, yeah, right, true, fair enough. Mary Skelter. I'll look that up after in a little bit. Mass Effect. Mass Effect. S tier video game. You may not like the gameplay in it, but I gotta tell you, there's more to a video game sometimes than just the gameplay, and this is the perfect example. Mass Effect has so much to it, and it is so masterfully crafted. It is not just about the action gameplay. Mass Effect 1. It is not. The game is about everything else as much as it is about the action gameplay. I agree. The action gameplay is better in 2 and 3. It is. Mass Effect 1 is the better game. I like it a lot more. That being said, I am not going to be that person who puts the other one that is also really good at a lower rank. They are both very good games in their own respects. I think 1 is better than 2 because I really like what 1 brings to the table, but they are both very good. Mass Effect 3 is only 1 tier behind. It is still, honestly, a really good game. The ending is disappointing, sure, but the rest of 3 is really good. I'll never play that. Morrowind! What a bad game! Woof! I'm super bored when I play Morrowind. I honestly think Morrowind is worse than Daggerfall. Not even. It's really hardly a question for me. I need to play Mother 3. I've never played Mother 3. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no. This is yeah. Yeah. Mother 1 I've technically never played. But I never will. I played Earthbound. Earthbound basically is just a remake of Mother 1, what I understand. I'll never play Mother 1. What the heck are these? I don't know what these games even are. Hold on, let's get the magnifier back out. Mugen Souls. Mugen Souls? What the heck is Mugen Souls? Mugen Souls. Is this safe? On Nintendo, so it's gotta be. The world? What am I looking at? What are we looking at here? This looks like Disgaea. Like the same. The whole like cute girls that are actually demons thing. It's very self-aware with its jokes. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to them not being in the. There's no subtitles for these words. Means that if you don't know Japanese, you won't even know what is going on. I'm sorry. I don't like games where you play as little girls. I don't like playing as little girls. I don't want to play as a 5-year-old girl. And it's not just girls. I don't want to play as a 5-year-old boy either. I can't think of a single 5-year-old boy game where I like the 5-year-old boy. I don't like the 5-year-old boy. I don't want to play as a 5-year-old. Dude, what is even happening? Have we seen gameplay yet? Was that an attack? Were those attacks? Did attacks happen? Good. Alright. We will never, ever, ever, ever play the Mugen Souls games. Never happened. I don't even know what I was looking at. Okay, what is this? I still can't, even with a freaking mic, I can't read it even with a magnifying glass. What is this game? Hold on, I gotta get to it again. Dude. I don't know what that is. I'll never play it. I don't know what it is. Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights is not very good. I've tried to get pretty far in there. I think I've been fairly far in Neverwinter Nights. I don't like it. Ni no Kuni though. This game is really good. People need to play it. More people need to have played Ni no Kuni. Ni no Kuni 1 is such a heartwarming, incredible experience. More people need to play it. Ni no Kuni 2, I didn't play very far in this game because it was so easy that I wanted to, like, die. They've added difficulty to it. Supposedly they patched it to make it harder and have added a new hard mode. I should go back and play Ni no Kuni 2 and give it another shot to see if I like it. Nier Automata, the only Nier game I've ever been able to actually get through, and wow, is it a good one. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Nier Automata is really good. Oblivion. The Elder Scrolls game that I remember more fondly than it actually is. Oblivion is actually a fun game that is really repetitive and has the same thing over and over again. Oblivion is a B at best. I think that's actually a little generous. It is incredibly samey. And I don't think people remember that because it was the first of its kind. Well, it wasn't. Morrowind was the first of that kind. But, like, I have played Arena a little bit. Arena's way worse. Don't worry. Arena's in here. It's really bad. Where'd I put Arena? I put Arena in F tier. Right here. Really not good. This game is another one of those games that I will never play. I don't remember what it's called, and I can't really read that. But I've seen gameplay of it. It looks like trash. It's the only Arena's the only one you finished? Isn't Arena the shortest one? I think Arena is the shortest one. Well, if you don't know what you're doing, at least. I think Arena is the shortest one. Octopath Traveler. I beat like half of this game, and now I just lost it because I clicked my middle click. There it is. I beat. I didn't get like true end. I beat like most of the game. I still think it's a C tier game. Octopath Traveler is super bland. Really good battle system, but it's a super bland video game. Still only finished, yeah. Pretty sure it's pretty short though. Odin Sphere, one of those games we all remember way more fondly than it actually is. Odin Sphere is a C, I think. I haven't played it recently enough to be able to really say any better. I want to put it in B, so I will, because I think I think it is kind of more of a B game. But it is one of those ones that we all remember far more fondly than it actually really truly is. Trust me. Okage is not good. I don't know what people like in Okage. I've heard it gets praise. I think that the only people that played it far enough to actually talk about it are the people who praise it. I think it's one of those games where all the people who could talk about and say when somebody says you should try Okage because it's really good, I think the only people out there who could counter that and say no, it's not, are ones who have never played it. And no one, because I don't think anyone's ever played Okage. Except for the people who really like it. I am one of those people who has played it, but I think that people like me are very few and far between. P3P. I never actually played P3P specifically. Is there another Persona 3 in here? Yeah, there's Fez. Okay, so I never played P3P and I won't. And that's just simply because the remake is out. So I will never play P3P. Will never happen. Thousand Year Door. As much as I want to put Thousand Year Door really high, because I have really, really fond memories of Thousand Year Door and like being like the only Paper Mario that I've ever grinded just because I wanted to get super powerful. It's actually really not good. I was really surprised when I replayed this game. I didn't replay it with the remastered version that came out, but as far as I understand, it's the same game. I think Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is the first of the Mario RPG games that started to severely suffer from the too much text problem. There's too much text and too little content. Most of the zones are 3 screens max, 3 to 4, and then that's it. Like some of the dungeons are only like 4 screens, and then it's over. Like the games are the level design in Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is just not there. It's completely lacking. I was really surprised at how much I did not like Thousand Year Door when I played it recently. I didn't even finish it. In contrast, I think the original Paper Mario is an S tier video game. The original Paper Mario is very, 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 very good. It has very well designed dungeons, lots of good puzzles, lots of good item usage and things like that. It's got a very fun battle system, good music, and it all culminates into a very fun, fulfilling ending. I think Paper Mario 1 is a masterpiece, and it is very, very good. Color Splash, I will never play. I actually have the wonderful ability to state that I have never played Color Splash. And I never will. I know. I already know because of this one. Sticker Star, which is utter trash. Complete garbage video game. I hated Sticker Star. There was nothing about Sticker Star I liked. Sticker Star was made by somebody who doesn't understand what an RPG is and is an absolute fool. Like actual fool. It's so bad. Origami King, I don't know. There seemed like there was a video game there that might be playable. It's at best F tier. I don't think it's utter trash. But I don't know why you'd play it. I need to play Kingmaker. That's on a need to play. This is Innocent Sin. Innocent Sin Persona 2 is definitely S tier. Persona 2 Innocent Sin is very, very good. It is the first part of Persona 2 technically. And it does end kind of on a cliffhanger that makes you want to play Eternal Punishment, but we'll get there. Persona 2 Innocent Sin is very, very good on its own though. And it is the one that classically ends with a battle against Hitler. Woo! What a video game. I love it. Persona 2 Eternal Punishment is unfortunately a C. Eternal Punishment has an extremely bad design decision in that it seems like they decided to make the game such that it would remind folks who haven't played Innocent Sin about what it's about. And so the unfortunate problem about Eternal Punishment is that Eternal Punishment's first half is basically just Innocent Sin again. And so if you go into Eternal Punishment with Innocent Sin being at all fresh, like at all, you're not gonna have a good time because you're just gonna be doing Innocent Sin again. It's not a fun time. A fun time. I actually think that Eternal Punishment really could have done with a new battle system. I think that would have saved it if they had like changed the battle system from Innocent Sin somehow and made a new one that was slightly different but pretty close to the same. I think that would have been a very good idea because it would have made the game significantly more swallowable. Persona 3 Fez is very good. It's the version of Persona 3 that I played. I really enjoyed it when I played it. I think it is a difficult replay, but I think it is absolutely worth being an A-tier video game. Very good. Persona 4, this is specifically Golden, but I have played Golden. That is my favorite Persona, and it will probably stay that way. It is definitely an S-tier game. Persona 4 Golden is very, very good. Really enjoy it. And yeah, enough said. Really like that game. Storyline, the characters, the battle system, the dungeons. It's just really fun. P5 has too much text, takes too long, and doesn't know when to shut up. P5 I like. I don't think it's a C. I think it's more like a B, but it's too damn long, and I will definitely never play it again. Oh yeah, I mean Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim, they can all be beaten in like 5 minutes. Because if you know where the end of the game is and you know a way to get there, and then you know a way to deal with the end of the game when you get there, you can beat them just done. Skyrim and Morrowind more than Oblivion. Oblivion's a little harder to get to the end of the game. Just snap your fingers, because there's sort of a progression that's supposed to happen. You kind of have to glitch your way to the end, but Persona Q, I've never played either of them. They're the Etrian Odyssey versions of Persona. They're supposedly pretty cool. I've never really played them. Persona 1 is actually a pretty good game. I'm going to put it next to Persona. No, I'm going to put it in B. Persona 1 is pretty good, but it's not like amazing. It's really fun to make fun of, though. It is absolutely of the era. Glitchless, then Oblivion cannot be beaten in 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure that glitchless you need, but Morrowind you can for sure, and I don't think you can with Skyrim either. I think you need glitches to do Skyrim fast. Arena is lacking in a lot of things. Arena isn't a super great game. Phantasy Star 4. Phantasy Star 4, I was super surprised by it. This game's really good. This is an A-tier game. I actually really loved Phantasy Star 4. I was really surprised by that game. It's very good. No, it's more of a B. It's still very good though. But looking at what I have in my tiers, like, yeah, it goes right along with those Dragon Quests. It's very good though. I don't want to. It being B does not de-elevate it very much. Is what I'm saying. Phantasy Star 1. This is one of those games where I don't know how this series got off the ground. It's the same thing with Breath of Fire. Phantasy Star is the same way. I don't know how this series got off the ground. The first one is really, really bad, and I don't understand. The thing that I find funny about it, though, I haven't played a whole lot of it because Phantasy Star 2 is also really bad. I don't really understand what people like about it. It's so so difficult to even start playing that game. It turns you off like immediately, right away. It's like I don't want to play Phantasy Star 2. What? Look at this game. I don't want to play this game. Phantasy Star 3. I should probably just put in the want to playlist. I haven't played enough of it. Really, truly give it the time of day. Phantom Brave, I will never play. I'm sorry. Disgaea turned me off of their tactical RPGs. I've seen Phantom Brave. I'm not gonna play it. It's never, that one will probably never happen. Here Solar might someday happen, but I don't think I'm gonna like it when I do play it. But it might someday happen. Pillars of Eternity, I was really surprised. I thought I would like this game. I think that because I had just played through Baldur's Gate 1 and Baldur's Gate 2 and then went straight to Pillars of Eternity, I think that made Pillars of Eternity not that fun. And I think that's what turned me off. But overall, I think that game was not fun. I put it into an F tier because I did not enjoy my gameplay of the game. I thought it was really, really overly challenging. I thought it was really confusing. And I really did not enjoy Pillars of Eternity 1. I don't know. I need to play Planescape Torment someday. And it needs to not be right after I play one of those games because I think that's what happened to Pillars of Eternity. Pokemon. Oh boy. Pokemon. All of these opinions are based on memory. If I went back and played any of these games now, they would all drop at least 1 tier, maybe 2. Pokemon Black is B tier. Say this because it will prepare everyone for what's about to happen. Pokemon Black and White, I played Black, is my favorite Pokemon game. In B tier. Okay? You're prepared. Now you are prepared. Pokemon, the original, is a C. It is a game. It became a legend somehow. And I mean, I liked it when I was 5 or whatever I was when it came out. I mean, the remakes, Red and Green, are a little better. They're pretty fun. It's a C. It's fun, I guess. Gold and Silver is a D. I really don't like Gold and Silver. Gold and Silver is really, 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 really unfair. And I really don't like that game very much. I have never had fun playing Gold and Silver. Ruby and Sapphire is right next to Black and White. It's almost a tie. I really enjoyed Ruby and Sapphire. I've never actually played Emerald. But I did do the remakes of Ruby and Sapphire. I prefer the originals of Ruby and Sapphire, but the remakes are fine. They're fine. They're pretty good. Pokemon Colosseum. What anybody sees in Colosseum, I will never understand. It's not good. I don't get it. Why? Huh? Why did you like that? Moon. This is Ultra Moon, so this would also be Sun. This game had the chance to be good. It's a C tier game. It had a chance to be a really good Pokemon game, and it just squandered it. And then they didn't build off of what could have been good. Man, Pearl. Bad game. I didn't like Diamond and Pearl at all. When the remakes came out, it confirmed that I didn't like Diamond and Pearl at all. Not fun. Did not enjoy. Would not recommend. Black and White 2 I never played. And I never will. Yeah, Gold and Silver. Yeah, was way too much content and it was way too hard and a lot of the content felt like the same content you played before. Gold and Silver was not great. I never played Sword and Shield and I've been told not to, so I probably never will. X and Y. X and Y was the first 3D one, and I remember it super fondly, and except for that it was incredibly easy because of a lot of changes they made in the game that really triggered some completionism problems that caused the game to be just a chore and extremely, extremely easy. I think putting it in C tier, I'm going to do that because if I had not played it the way I had, I think I would have enjoyed it significantly more. Pokemon XD is one of the ones I do actually want to play. I've never been able to. Getting a copy of it's very hard. And looks like we're through Pokemon. So there you go. There's my ripping of Pokemon. Not really more of a rip, it's more of a person who doesn't really understand why it's so good. Project X Zone, that's what these are. Okay. These games are not something I've got enough. I don't know. They're tactical RPGs. Maybe someday? Maybe. This looks like Phantasy Star Online. And Phantasy Star Online 3? What happened to Phantasy Star Online 2? I'll never play these. I think maybe I have, but I'll never play them. Here's one that's gonna surprise, maybe not. Maybe if you know me, this won't surprise you at all. Quest 64 is underrated. Holy moly. Go play this game. It is a wonderful example of what a game could, of like a passion project that wanted to be so much more, but then just wasn't given the chance to. Quest 64 could actually have been really, really good. It should not be in the A tier. That's a personal tier. I'm gonna put it in B because that's where it should actually be. Holy moly, Quest 64, it's underrated as all out heck. Yeah. Radiata Stories, I need to try again. When I was young, I played this game and thought it was hot garbage. I need to try again before I actually say it's hot garbage. Really do. Record of Lotus War. I think I actually own this game now, and maybe someday give it a shot. Residents of Fate. This is such a weird game. It's F tier for me. It's so weird though. I want to say it's D. Yeah, if I could stream it, if it wasn't, if Quest 64 was easier to emulate and it didn't have the weird purple text problem, I probably would stream it. It's actually a really fun game, and I would like to show it off in the light of somebody who actually likes it. I need to try Rhapsody before I rip on it. I need to try Riviera someday. I've heard it's really good. The Romancing Sagas are definitely very on my list. I have never played through them, and I really should. The Rune Factories I will never play. Those are just not for me. A lot of them too. Holy moly. Saga Frontier. The first Saga Frontier game is very, very good. It's the first of the Saga games that I actually really truly enjoy. And it is very much an A tier game. It's bite-sized, which is pretty cool with it. You can play most of the campaigns in it are about 20 hours long, give or take. 20 to 25-ish. But it's a very fun game. Saga Frontier 2 is on my to-play list. I actually never got to it. I mean, the thing is that maybe Quest 64 is tough to love. It's a tough love. Quest 64 is a very tough love. The other Saga games I haven't played either, so any of them that are in here, and the ones that aren't, I haven't played. Let's see. Sands of Destruction. What the heck? Why do people like this? It's super bad. It's not like trash of the trash caliber, like some of the stuff that's in that utter trash area, but it's pretty bad. And some of the characters in this game are actually actively like hyper offensive. I was actively sort of offended by Sands of Destruction, and I really don't understand why people like that game at all. Sakura Wars. That's something I'd have to look up what it actually is, and I'm probably not ever gonna play those. But I don't know, maybe let's find out. Sakura Wars. 2 hours of gameplay. Oh yeah, Quest 64 has a problem with being too big. It's one of those N64 games where it's just way too big. This doesn't look so bad so far. It's a school game. Not that I'm gonna be able to enjoy school game very much anymore these days.
さくらにちょっと舞台を見に行って。
Might be kind of hard for me to enjoy with it all being in Japanese, but just got magical girled into a uniform? Confused. A mech game? What the heck? Dude, this looks super mediocre. I won't play those. That looks super mediocre. Secret of Mana. It's a classic. It wasn't really for me. Secret of Mana is like a C. I raged at that game a lot. It needed a lot of help. They didn't really figure that engine didn't work very well. Seiken Densetsu 3. I've actually only ever played the remake of this, which this is Mana 3. I have played the SNES version some. This is the SNES version. I've only played it some. It seems like it's at least a tier better than Secret. I think I would really like it, but I would need to actually play it before I could say like, oh man, I really liked this. And I could post this on YouTube, yes. Absolutely could. There's a lot here. This is a huge list. We're getting close. We're almost done. But it's pretty comprehensive. This is a pretty comprehensive RPG tier list. Not everything, but dang, it's close. So moving on again. I don't know what these three are. That's why they're here. I should just put them here because I don't know what they are. I'll play them. Shadow Hearts. Oh man, Shadow Hearts. It's D. I don't have the way to say that it's like F because I don't like hate it, but I hate it. I didn't like Shadow Hearts that much. I wanted to though. And Shadow Hearts Covenant makes up for the D tier of Shadow Hearts 1 by being a very solidly B game. Shadow Hearts Covenant is actually good and it's actually worth playing, but Shadow Hearts 1 is not so good and it's very difficult to say you should play it. The problem is that if you don't play 1, you need to. You shouldn't play Covenant without playing 1. Covenant is actually a sequel, and you do need to have played 1 because legitimately the main character of 1 is in 2. So you need to play it. I have never played through From a New World. I've played some of it, and it never really stuck with me. I'll put it on my want to play list because someday I do intend to try that game again. But what is this? I don't know what this one is. Hold on. Magnifier glass. Shadowrun. Oh, this is like probably the original Shadowrun game. I absolutely want to play that. I think I'm aware of what that is. If that's the SNES Shadowrun, I don't want to play it. But if it's if it's talking about the one you can get on Steam, which I guess I'm wrong. I guess there isn't a Shadowrun on Steam that I'm thinking of. That must be the original SNES one then. I don't know that I want to play that. Shadowrun Trilogy Deluxe.
It's 20.
Unless Shadowrun Returns is Shadowrun, is that Shadowrun? At which time I do want to play it. I'll put it there because I do want to play some Shadowrun games. There you go. Yeah, Shadowrun Returns, I think, is the one I've heard to play. I own it on Steam, but I haven't played it. Is this Shin Megami Tensei 2? Yes, it is. Shin Megami Tensei 2 is on my list to play. This is like a what if on Shin Megami Tensei. That's why it's called Shin Megami Tensei. Like it's a what if game. I don't know that I'll ever play it, but I'll put it there. Shin Megami Tensei 1 and 2 are on my list to play that. Hey, Shining Force, that series that I haven't played enough of. Shining Force 1 surprised the heck. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. It surprised the heck out of me. I was really, really, really surprised how much I like this game. It is a B. It's very good, but it has some like really bad design faults in the level design. That made it sort of a chore to play, but it's like actually really good. I actually really did enjoy it quite a bit. Pokemon X way ahead of DQ9 upsets you. Yeah. I hate DQ. That's why it's here. In the utter trash category. I don't see myself ever trying to play that game again. I really didn't like it. Shining Force 2 was nothing but an improvement over Shining Force 1. Absolutely just straight up like, hey, look, did you think Shining Force 1 was good? Well, 2 is a straight up tier better because it is just a better game. Very little experience with Shadowrun. Yeah, me too. I don't know. I don't know much about him. I have not played any of the other Shining Force games. But I do actually want to after having played 2. I think I own EXA or Neo. No, this one. I own this one. Neo. This is the one on Sega CD, I think. And I'd probably have to. I own Resonance. I'll play it someday. I've heard it's a dating sim, so I don't know. I don't know what to expect with that. This is Shining Force. Is it Shining Force Feather? Sure, maybe. Shining Soul, maybe someday. I don't know. I don't know what those are. Shining Tears, I know what this one is. I own this one. This is a weird C-tier game. It's significantly funner with friends, because it's a really fun little co-op game, but it's not that great on its own either way. 5 hours you played was very boring. Was it like Fallout 1 levels of boring? Fallout 1 is I think that's a pretty good game. So if it's Fallout 1 style boring, then I might be into it. But if it's the other style of boring that I put really low, that a lot of people are going to hate me for having put low, if I can find it. Where is it? There's too much in here now. Here it is. Disco Elysium is a D. It's a boring video game. Fallout 1 is a really good game. I like it a lot. Disco Elysium was really boring. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. Oh, this is Barkley Saves the World. I don't. Why is this here? It's like a joke game. It's trash. you haven't seen this, like Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, I think. Up and yeah. This is a game. Somebody made this in RPG Maker. I'm like positive. Not that that's bad. I use RPG Maker. It's not
Did they
a,
make the song for Space?
it's not a bad thing to make, but like this game. I mean, I guess. Just when I played this, I was just like, okay, this is just one of those things that you play and toss it over your shoulder and you never think about it again. Ha ha, funny, funny. Oops. It's not good. It's trash. Right. Guys of Arcadia. Holy moly. I need to play this game again. It's been too long. This is absolutely an S tier video game. It's really good, and I absolutely need to go and play it again. It's been way too long. I really like that game. Hate me if you will. I know the reputation it has. Skyrim's reputation has gone down so much since it came out. Skyrim is an S tier game. It is. I'm sorry. It's really, really good. We all thought that when it came out. Everybody loved this game, and everybody continued to love it for a really long time. There's a reason they remastered it so many times. Skyrim is actually really good. For some reason, everyone I talk to about Skyrim always feels like this game is over. It's way overhyped. I agree. It is overhyped, but it's also their best game. It just is. It's really, really good. Skyrim has a lot of ways to play it, a lot of things you can do. It has magic spells that other games haven't even bothered to deal with. And yes, it's missing a lot of the spells that you had in Oblivion. A lot of the different like craftable spell things that you could have done in Morrowind and Oblivion aren't there in Skyrim. But even still, it bothered with spells like Invisible and Silence and all these different little things that even though you don't necessarily need them in the game, they are very, very fun to play with. And there's lots of good to be had in Skyrim. The world's very alive, even though you go into a lot of caves and you go into a lot of little dungeons that are all sort of the same. It's still got sort of the same Oblivion problem. They learned a lot and they really streamlined the game really well. The only thing about Skyrim that I didn't really enjoy that Oblivion has is that Oblivion has the stat system, whereas Skyrim doesn't. In Skyrim, you have no strength or intelligence or dexterity, right? Whereas in Oblivion, you do. I honestly think, though, when I look back at Skyrim and Oblivion, managing your stats in Oblivion is actually a huge chore. It's part of the reason that I think Oblivion is only a B, is because like the management of your character and leveling your character properly is annoying in Oblivion. Whereas in Skyrim, it's actually really not annoying to level your character properly. Like, yes, you have to think about it. If you level your character just by running because you put athletics as a leveling stat, then yeah, you're gonna have a problem. But like, if you level your character properly in Skyrim by just using the things that you should be using, you're good. There's no like, oh, I didn't level my character right, so I'm dead to every enemy I fight. That doesn't happen in Skyrim. Awesome, the freedom, Morrowind by having the loaded cities. Yeah, skill management mods. Exactly. Trade-off is more can happen in the cities. Yeah, like exactly. Skyrim it's a little bit too big for its britches, and I actually sort of agree that maybe it is more of an A, but I don't know. I think the game got its heyday for a reason, personally. I have always really enjoyed it. I literally bought a brand new computer to play Skyrim when it came. So like yeah. I think it deserves it. Man, this game isn't good. Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor. This is the strategy, the turn-based battle strategy RPG. I think would be the best way to put it. That's on the DS. It's the one where the whole game is like a tactics battle system, but then when you attack an enemy or they attack you, it goes into a single round of turn-based combat. You do one round and then it's over. So it's like Bahamut Lagoon, which isn't on this list actually. I did not like Devil Survivor. I played a lot of that game. I really wanted to like this game, and it just gets worse. It never gets better. It never gets easier. It never gets funner. It just keeps being more and more bullshit the whole game. It never lets up. And it's unfortunate because I'm never going to play 2 because of that. I just won't. I really, really, really don't like the first one. Shin Megami Tensei 4. Come on. 4 needs remade. 4 is a very, very good game, and it's stuck on the 3DS. That sucks. They need to port it. They need to port 4. If they ported 4, I would buy it so fast. I loved 4. It's my favorite Shin Megami Tensei by a long shot of the main line. And it very good game. Absolutely deserves a port. I never played this one because it's on the 3DS. I don't play 3DS games very often. I never played Apocalypse. I don't know what it brought to the table. This is where Shin Megami Tensei fans probably hate me. Nocturne's bad. Fight me. Nocturne wronged me in a way that it will never recover from. And then when I replayed it recently with the remaster and actually did finally fight the final boss, I still held to it being bad. I don't like Nocturne. I think the storyline is not compelling in any way, shape, or form. It's almost non-existent, actually. The game has a way too high of an encounter rate. The areas are bland and boring. Lots of repeated tunnels. It's just a tunnel game. You just run through tunnels. That's all you do. It's really not fun. I don't like Nocturne at all. Soul Hackers. Soul Hackers is very good. I really liked Soul Hackers. Oh, it's B. It's really good though. I really like it. Yeah, I don't think it's any better than their other first-person one that's here, which is Persona. Soul Hackers is good though. It's got a pretty fun storyline. Oh boy, Strange Journey. I want to like Strange Journey, but I don't. It's like a D game. No, it's not. Strange Journey has a lot of problems. I want to like it, but I don't. And I can't. It's got a really not great lot of things. There's an RPG Sonic. What? Sonic Chronicles. There's an RPG Sonic? When did Sonic go RPG? What? The Dark Brotherhood. DS. Person literally has a background for it. BioWare? The Sonic's best kept secret. Oh boy. Oh boy. What in the world? Sonic has an RPG game? It looks like the frame rate on it is awful. And this is actual gameplay. Let's get to the actual game.
Cool.
Oh, there is somebody talking here. Well, yeah, no, why not indeed? But I just didn't know it had happened? Okay, I want to get to some like this guy's obviously doing a let's play and is doing a slow let's play. Play the game, dude. Sonic attacked 3 times for a single attack. Oh, I see. There's a bunch of like Sonic turns. He just chose attack for all of his turns. Gotcha. Oh, we have Amy. Missed. He fell over. Missed again. Amy missed again. Everybody's falling. Nobody can hit this thing. Dude. What are we doing? What? What? Okay. So it's like Mario and Luigi, except it's Sonic. Is that what I'm understanding? Why have I never heard of this game? I don't like Sonic, so maybe that's why. But like, okay. I want to play this. Soul Blazer's on my want to play list. I've never gotten to Soul Blazer. Don't ask me why. Stick of Truth was better than you might think, but it's solidly mid. I don't really have a lot to say about it. If you like South Park, you'll probably like Stick of Truth. Fractured Butthole. I played Fractured Butthole. That's how they want you to say it. It's not great. The jokes stopped sticking. Star Ocean, the second story. I know you've all been thinking, what about the absolute best category? Are you going to put anything there? Yes. Star Ocean, the second story is one of my favorite games ever. I've played through the second story so many times. I love that game. I love that game half to death. I wish other people could experience. Okay. They did do the remake recently, but it redoes the voices, which is fine. It's fine. But the PS1 voices are PS1 voices in all the best ways. If you're a person who appreciates PS1 voices and knows what PS1 voices means, then you know what I'm talking about. And Star Ocean: The Second Story has PS1 voices to the max. It's beautiful, and I love them. And I'm sad that they're gone in the remake. But the remake is still a pretty good way of playing the game. However, it's still significantly easier than the original version. And I really do feel like the PS1 original is still the right way to play Star Ocean: The Second Story. It just is. Remaster for cheap. Is it the one that's on PS4? Voices on PS1 are not as rare as you think. There's a lot of PS1 voices. A lot of PS1 games with PS1 voices. PS1 voice acting is special, and I love it. Star Ocean 4. What a bad game that has such amazing, amazing gameplay. I cannot put this game any lower than a C, even though every aspect of this game that isn't in the battle system deserves to be utter trash. It just does. Well, okay, not the soundtrack. Soundtrack is blazingly wonderful. Soundtrack's really good, and the battle system is amazing, and it saves the game. Only reason that I would play it again is that it looks great. The graphics at the time, this game looked great when it came out. Star Ocean 1. Skip it, guys. As much as I love the Star Ocean series, first game is skippable in almost every way. It's got good music. Very very specifically, this is obviously the SNES one with that box art. This is talking about the SNES version. Um, if they wanted to give me First Departure in here, I would rate it a little bit higher. But SNES version, skip it. Don't bother. Till the End of Time, as you were just talking about. Till the End of Time is actually really good. I really like Till the End of Time. I can't put it in S tier because I think the game is really rough around the edges, but I really like it, and I think it is a very good game. Um, that again doesn't really get enough credit. I don't think enough people talk about Till the End of Time. What is? Oh, you know a game that isn't in here that I really want to have been in here because it would be one of my A tier games or S tier games. Not in here though. Let me see if I can find a box art for it. It's an old one. Didn't get it in here, and I want to put it in. So I'm gonna see if I can put it in myself. Game is really, really good. I don't know if I'll be able to in there myself though, because I don't know how to get it in there. No, don't do. I have box art for here already somewhere. Probably not. Image. Yeah, there we go. Guardians Crusade. It's a game that they didn't apparently know about. Be in my S tier. That's why I wanted to add it. I love Guardians Crusade. Um, he does. He kind of can, but the story it's really more. It's a really heartwarming story, and it's very good. The game gets overlooked because it looks really childish. If it showed you the gameplay, you'd be like, "Wow, that look at this, like that. That looks like a kid's game. Like that looks like a children's video game." Um, and I gotta tell you, it is not. Like it is, but it is not. It's called Night and Baby in Japan. And it's really good. Very, very good RPG. I needed to add it because it be part of this. What is this game? I don't know what this next one is. I don't Steam World Quest. Oh, it's one of the Steam World games. Checking out the SteamWorld series has been on my list because I've actually played SteamWorld Dig and SteamWorld Dig 2 and thought they were really fun. And then the SteamWorld series like went into like other genres. I didn't play any of them. I'll put that in my want to plays because maybe I do. What is this? It's another game I don't know what it is. Yeah, Dig and Dig 2 are not they're not RPGs. So I don't know what that is and I can't read it. It's like do either of you know what this next game is right down here? I don't know if you can see my fire or not. No, you can't. Like Sumner of like Sumner of Brood City? Blood City? I don't know what that is. I can't make it out either. I don't know what it is. It looks it's Blood City. Let's see if this gets me anything. Oh. Oh, I don't know. Wish that you could like hover over it and get a name of what the thing is. I don't know. I guess I won't play that. I don't know what it is. Oh boy, Suikoden. I wonder if my Suikoden opinions match anyone else's at all. Maybe they do. Suikoden 1 is a good idea that is not implemented well. Suikoden 1 is really easy, really boring, and has like 100 characters in which like 10 of them matter. And I mean that in that like 10 of them are the good characters and the rest of them are all kind of bad, and if you use them you're going to be gimping yourself, which to be honest maybe I should have, because Suikoden 1 is really easy and using the good characters might be why. Yes, the remasters are either out or about to be out, not sure. Which is really good because Suikoden 2 is incredibly expensive and really hard to get. I think it just got snapped into this list somewhere. Where'd it go? There it is. And is a vast improvement over 1. Suikoden 2 is a very, very good game in almost every way. It's still pretty easy, and most of the characters still don't matter because it's got another 100 characters. But they started something with Suikoden 2 that makes 1 pay off. And it's part of the reason that even though 1 isn't very good, I still say play 1 first. Somehow, they even did it among, like, into next generations. Suikoden 1, you transfer your file into Suikoden 2. And if you do so, things in Suikoden 2 will change based on what you did in 1 and what the characters that you find again in 2 remember. Even the idea of whether or not certain characters are alive, I believe, will transfer from 1 to 2. It's really interesting. We had Chogger. Chogger came in. But then, believe it or not, from 2 to 3, a PS1 to a PS2 game, they do the same thing. There is a data transfer from 2 to 3, from a PS1 to a PS2 game, which made me like mind freaking blown when I started up 3, which I have to say I have not actually played. Suikoden 3 I have not played, and need to. Suikoden 2, you will hear a lot of people talking about Luca Blight and saying that Luca Blight is one of the best villains of all time. A lot of people are going to say that. Suikoden 2 gets put on this massive pedestal way somewhere up in the stratosphere because of Luca Blight. I didn't get it. I played through Suikoden 2. Yeah, he's the bad guy. Like the bad guy. I don't get it. I don't get where this depth comes from. I don't get where this wondrously amazing villain thing. I didn't get it. That's why Suikoden 2 is still an 8. I feel like it was supposed to be better, but it's not. Baldur's Gate does it for sure. And then there was Suikoden 4. I didn't play Suikoden 4 with a transferred save file. Obviously, I never played Suikoden 3. It's garbage. 4 is an absolute garbage game. I wonder if my memory of how long it took to beat it is actually correct, or if I'm gonna get kind of shut down. I did really not like. I remember being done with this game in like 10 to 12 hours. Okay. So maybe I was wrong. I remember this game being over in the blink of an eye. Like I hated this game. It was really bad. It was really boring. The gameplay in it goes from like, it's just I don't know how to explain how not good Suikoden 4 is, but it is really, really not good. In Suikoden games, in the first two, you can have a party of 5. And then when you go to Suikoden 3, you actually can have a party of 6, but it's more like a party of 3. It's a little weird though. You have 6 people. You have 3 teams of 2 in Suikoden 3. So you technically have 6 people. And then in Suikoden 4, they dropped the teams of 2 concept and just let you have 3. So you have just a simple party of 3 in Suikoden 4. And that seems like, okay, whatever. Many RPGs have a party of 3. It should be fine. It's not. It's not. It's mind-bendingly boring. And the game has this like really empty ocean. Like it takes place all in the water for the most part, and it's 4 is really bad. On the flip side, I don't even know why I decided to play 5 after how much I hated 4. 5 is the best Suikoden game. I haven't played Tactics, so I don't know on that front. And I haven't played 3, so maybe I'd love it. But 5 was amazing. 5 has one of the more compelling storylines that made me really feel like I was being betrayed as much as my character was. And it's good. Suikoden 5, if you're going to play any of the Suikoden games, I suggest 5. That's the one to start with. Because honestly, it only goes down from there. 5 is it's a really good game. I don't know what this one is. Suikoden Ikris. I don't know what that is. Tactics is on my to play list. I haven't played it. I don't know what this one is. I don't know what that is. Suikoden Tier K. DS one? Was it DS one? Okay. Honestly, I probably will never play it, but I'll put it in the want to play list because it's already big anyways. Mario RPG is among the absolute best JRPG games of all time. If you wanted me to give you an objective, what is the best JRPG, turn-based JRPG ever made? I would tell you it's Super Mario RPG, The Legend of the Seven Stars. That is not my personal favorite JRPG of all time, but that is the one that I would tell you is the best. It is absolutely 100% the best entry point into JRPGs imaginable. There's no better out there. It introduces you to turn-based RPGs. It introduces you to damage with numbers. It introduces you to the idea that not all attacks are things that you won't be pushing buttons for. Sometimes when you play RPGs, you'll be having to push a button when you attack. It introduces you to the idea of timing boss fights, party composition, equipment management, inventory management, platforming, puzzles, everything. This game has it all, and it does it in like 25 hours. It doesn't waste your time. It's short. It's to the point. It's incredibly well designed. It has extremely good graphics. It has tons of character. There is nothing wrong with that game. Nothing. It is perfection. And I do not understand why anybody would dislike it unless you just flat out don't like turn-based RPGs. That's the only way. If you just flat out are like, nope, turn-based RPGs are bad. I don't like them. I'll never play them. There's none that I could ever possibly like. Then yeah, you won't like this one, but you won't like anything else on this list either. This game, as much as it's not my personal favorite, it is the best JRPG ever made. It's never been topped. I've been looking for years. It's never been topped. A few games have gotten close. It's got to be said. There are a few games that have gotten really close, but I've never seen it done. It's that game is just it's too approachable. That's really the main reason that it wins is that it's too approachable. Like, you know, Golden Sun is nearly there. It's really close, but it's only half a game. When it comes to the storyline, Golden Sun's only half the game. And on top of that, it's still its battle system is entirely turn-based. And it's old style turn-based too, where you give everyone's commands and then watch the battle happen. It's not like this person, then what's this guy do, then what's this guy gonna do, then what's this guy gonna do, right? It's round by round. And so even though it's got puzzles, it's got great writing, it's got great characters, it's got an amazing world to explore, it introduces you to the idea of RPGs in such a beautiful way. It as a player who doesn't really know RPGs and wants to find out what they're about, it's hard to recommend a game that is half the story. You know, it's half the game. And it doesn't have that like active system to keep you involved while you're doing the fighting. Getting in, people who don't know about RPGs, maybe they've played a bunch of platformers, maybe they've played a bunch of shooters. They're used to games where they're actively playing the whole time. Golden Sun isn't gonna, maybe it won't be the best way to start them into a game where they're not gonna play the whole time. They're just gonna watch a lot of the time. Mario RPG doesn't do that. And all of my best picks, all of my best RPGs that I can think of, even the ones that I don't put in absolute best, none of them make it there. Like Chrono Trigger, I know that's the other one that I always hear a lot is like, well, what about Chrono Trigger? Well, yeah, but same problem, man. Like it doesn't have the one. It's long. Its storyline is kind of convoluted. It's a little bit hard to follow at times. And it doesn't have the active system. You know, it doesn't keep the player super involved the whole. It's our RPG is just it's such a work of art, and it's just impossible to beat. Or Neptunia that we won't play. Super Robot War. I think these are the Super Robot War games. I don't think I'll ever play those. Sweet Home, I have played a little bit. I've never personally played this myself very far, so it should probably be in my want to plays. Sword of Mana is not supposed to be in that list. Where is it? There it is. Sword of Mana is actually really good, and it made up for the fact that Final Fantasy Adventure was as weird as it is, but it's no better in my mind than Final Fantasy Adventure already was. It is sort of the better version of it, but they're close enough to the same game that like I think the pacing in the original version is slightly better. No, maybe this one Sword of Mana is kind of making me think that Final Fantasy Adventure should be a C. I think I'm going to hold to that. I think Sword of Mana is the B version of the game, and Adventure is not. System Shock 2. God, where do I put System Shock 2? It's at least B. I'm just trying to think of if it's an A. I played this game a long time ago. I think I put System Shock 2 in the B. Yes. Final Fantasy Adventure is it's not the first saga, it's the first mana. The saga games are Final Fantasy Legend 1, 2, and 3. This is Saga 1, 2, and 3. I think they're all bad. But yeah, mana, the first mana is Final Fantasy Adventure. It's actually Sword of Mana. This is the original version of this game. System Shock 2 though, I've never played one. I honestly don't think I ever will. Final Fantasy Adventure on Game Boy is a hard game to like. Man, Tactics Ogre. What a bad game. Give me a second here. I could not believe how bad Tactics Ogre was. I played the remake version first. Like the recent remake version. And then it had this like card system in it that I hated. I thought it was terrible. It made the game just like super annoying to play. And so I looked up like, does the PS1 version have that? And then I found out that every version of Tactics Ogre has been dramatically different from every other version. And it like there's like tons of different version argument as to which version of Tactics Ogre you should play. And I guess it all comes down to the idea of saying that the PSP one is the best one. By the time I found out that that was a thing, and then maybe I should try playing the PSP one instead, I had already tried putting, I think it was like 7 or 8 hours into the PS4 remake, and then I tried playing the PS1 version thinking it was the original. I tried playing that one for like another 7 or 8 hours, and I hated them. I thought they were really bad versions of the game. I was like, wow, these are so completely wildly different, and they're both terrible. And so I went online. By the time I found out the PSP version was supposedly the one I should play, I didn't care anymore. There's a SNES version of this game, and it's bad. I didn't like Tactics Ogre at all. There's a possibility that it's just I played the wrong one, but if I played the wrong one and that's what it came down to, then it will forever be utter trash in my mind because of that. I played 2 wrong ones. How good could the actual right one be? Tales of the Abyss. This is my favorite Tales game in my memory. So it gets an S tier. This is my favorite Tales game in my memory. I don't know if it's actually the best one. I don't know if I would feel that way if I replayed it. I've never replayed a Tales game. I don't know that I ever will replay a Tales game. Tales of Berseria. Man. F tier. I didn't like Berseria at all. Combat system in Berseria is the same combat system that I hated in the game before it. Except for that now we have characters that I dislike. So like Berseria had nothing going for it. I disliked it very much so. Destiny 2, never played. On my list. Destiny 1. It was okay. I would probably put it ish. Destiny 1 was okay-ish. I don't know. I barely remember the game. It really left like no impact on me. Destiny 1 was such a whatever game. I don't know. Turning is on my list. Tales of Grace's F. I played through Tales of Grace's F, but never played the F content. Tales of Grace's, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it a good amount. I thought it was pretty fun. There were some characters in Tales of Grace's I didn't care for very much, but there were some characters in that game that I liked quite a bit. This is Tales of something or other. I don't think I've played this one. I can't make that one out. It's Tales of Ulrsurzer. I'm gonna guess you're a mobile game, and then I won't play you. This is Tales of Innocence. I probably won't play that. Tales of Legendia. I'm not putting this in the utter trash category. As anybody who's a Tales fan, I know. Legendia is the utter trash of the series. I know. But I'm not doing it. Tales of Legendia has merit. Not very much. There's things about that game that I really did enjoy. If you go back and look at other PS2 action RPGs of the time, none of them look as smooth as Legendia does. You go into Legendia's combat, and the camera, as it like zooms in from you running across the field towards the enemy, and it'll like zoom in on where you're at, it just has this perfectly smooth look. The game is super well made. Just unfortunate that all the content and the characters aren't good. Like the world, storyline, the characters you play as, just not that good. But the game itself, the way it plays, the even just running around the overworld, like it is super well put together. Can't I can't call it trash because Legendia is really well made. Evilung Valesti? Oh yeah. Valkyrie Profile is PS1. There's more PS1 voice acting than you're remembering. There's a lot. This game, Tales of Fantasia, has PS1 voice acting. If you talk about the PS1 version, which is the version that I started on stream and didn't get very far in, I need to play Tales of Fantasia. I never actually have. Tales of Rebirth I will never play. I think that's the PSP one. Probably never play it. This is Tales of Symphonia 2, I believe. Yes, this is the second one. This is the utter trash of the series. The second Tales of Symphonia game is garbage. And fight me. It's garbage. It's a really bad game. Tales of Symphonia is, I think, most people's favorite Tales game. I didn't like it very much. I played it. I thought it was okay. The second half of the game is really annoying. I didn't really like it that much. The first half I liked a lot, but then the second half, when you, spoiler alert, got 5 seconds. When you change planets in that game, it goes downhill. Okay, no more spoilers. You're good. Spoilers are over. Tales of the Tempest. I doubt I'll ever play it. Tales of the World, I know I'll never play. Tales of Vesperia. Tales of Vesperia. Where is Abyss? This is the one that I think could be better than Abyss. I think Tales of Vesperia could be the best one. I played them in opposite order though. So the way the Tales games work is that usually they will make a battle system and they'll use it for 2 games in a row, and then they'll move on and do another battle system. And they'll use it and do it for 2 games in a row, and then they'll move on and do another battle system. They've been doing that basically ever since they breached 3D. Tales of the Abyss is the first game that uses the same battle system as Tales of Vesperia. Tales of Vesperia builds on Abyss's battle system a little bit, but they're basically the same. Abyss is a little simpler in reality. Vesperia was one of my first Tales games. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. Abyss was one of the ones I played directly after Vesperia. I had played Symphonia before, and then I played Vesperia. I went to Abyss as the one to follow up Vesperia, and I thought Abyss was better when I first played it. I thought the storyline was more intriguing, and I enjoyed it more. I don't know. I don't know why I felt that way. Maybe it really is better. I'm not sure though. Xillia. I think people are too hard on Xillia. I've heard a lot of negative about Xillia, and I don't know where it comes from. Xillia is very good. I liked it a lot. I don't know, maybe they didn't play as the girl. Maybe they chose the guy and that changes the game, makes it a lot worse. I don't really know. But Xillia 2 is pretty C tier. It's not bad. I've heard a lot of hate for Xillia 2. I think it's because a lot of the game is you just having to pay off a debt. But to be honest, it's really not that bad. Zestria though is really bad. I don't know why I beat that game. Zestria is really, really garbage. It is the first game that has the battle system that Berseria has. Except everything about it is awful. It tries to be semi-open world, but it's really bad at it. It's just a god-awful game. It really, truly is. What the frick is this game? Tears to Iyaka 2? Here's to Tiara 2. Here's to Tiara 2, Heir of the Overworld. A PS3 Atlas made tactic RPG. What? Atlas made a tactical RPG? No, they didn't. Some other company must have been. They must have just produced this. No, do it. I want to see it. Is there a Tears to Tiara one? Do we know? Tears to Tiara. There's a 2. one would assume there's a 1. It's a harem. It's a harem anime. Tears to Tiara was first released as an adult game. There's 2 versions of the game. There's a PC version that has like real-time combat, and the PS3 version has turn-based combat. It was published by different companies in different regions too. It's Nice and EU. It was Atlas over here. I'll never play that. Okay, this one is one of my really heavy hot takes. This game is like not, because we didn't get it in America, not everybody has heard of or played Terranigma. Terranigma is the 3rd game in the series of the people who did Illusion of Gaia. Illusion of Gaia is the 2nd one, it's right here. And Soul Blazer, one I haven't played, is the 1st one. Terranigma, I have tried to play. I don't like it at all. I think Terranigma is actually really bad. It has a really, really, really bad overworld that means nothing. The overworld is completely useless, and it just doesn't. There's no point in it being there at all. It would have been better if it was like Illusion of Gaia, where you just go from location to location to location. Terranigma is the gameplay is not fun. It's really complicated to play, and it's not fun. It gets really frustrating, like really commonly, and I understand why it wasn't released in America. I get it. Like, it's one of those games where it's like, this is one of those games where sometimes not every game is worth publishing to every part of the world, and they tried to publish this one to the EU, and it probably didn't succeed very well, and so we didn't get it, and I understand why. Terranigma isn't really all that good. I can't really truly state exactly why, because I didn't play. It's one of those games I didn't beat, so it's hard for me to like really have like to really fully put my opinion together, because I only tried to play through it like twice, and I didn't get really, really far. I got like, I don't know, maybe a quarter of the way through the game on my primary playthrough, and not for me. Last Remnant, God, I want this game to be better than it is. It's F tier. Last Remnant's really bad, but I want it to be so much better than that. I have tried to play through Last Remnant so many times. I think the game has really good presentation, and it looks really cool, but it is not. It is absolutely not. It is really, really, really awkward, and the combat system in it is not good. There's more than that. There is one major wall in the game. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it in D because I feel like I'm calling out Last Remnant for a wall that I've never been able to overcome. every time I've tried playing through Last Remnant, there's a wall of a fight that you get to, that I don't see how you're supposed to be powerful enough to beat. And it has stopped my playthrough every time I've played the game. I don't I want to like that game. I really do. It's one of those games I just want to like, but just can't. I just can't. The Last Story. What an overlooked game. I've only played through it once. It is very overlooked. But it's also another one of those games that you can like play and be like, I get why we didn't get this. It came out in the EU, and then there was like this like it came along with Pandora's Tower and Xenoblade 1. Xenoblade 1 being the main draw of those games, but those three, there was I don't remember what the project was, but they were all Monolith Soft games, and we finally got them in America, and Last Story was the second best of those. Pandora's Tower was absolutely the worst of those games. Not even a question. Time and Eternity is a really weird game that I've played like 40 minutes of and was very confused by, and I don't know if I'll ever play it again, but I kind of want to. This is the Persona Fire Emblem crossover game. It plays like the Persona games with the school and the life management stuff, except for that your personas are Fire Emblem characters. It's really weird. I've kind of wanted to play it, but I never really have. I don't know what this is, but it's all in Japanese, so I can assume I'll never play it. Oh boy. Prepare your butts. Legend of Heroes, Rails in the Sky. Why is this series beloved? Rails in the Sky was at best a D. I don't understand. Like, I played, what was it? I don't know, 40, 50 hours of an RPG for 2 hours of good content. And then from what I understand, SC, second chapter, is the same thing. I'm going to play another 40 to 50 hours of an RPG for 2 hours of good content. I gotta tell you, I have played 30 hours of that RPG already, and it goes right next to its predecessor. SC is not better than the first one. It's not. Everybody told me that it would be worth it, that I'd play the first one, and then from then on, I'd love the games. That 2 would be amazing. I'd love the whole thing. I'd think it was great the whole way through. And then 3 would be just as good, if not better. And it's not. It's not. It's just as boring, if not more boring. Because nothing's happening, and I was told it's supposed to. I haven't played 3. Someday maybe I will. Maybe I'll beat 2 someday. Cold Steel. Well, I have been putting off playing any of the Cold Steel games because I haven't beaten the Sky games. I don't have any opinion on them. These Trails games keep stacking up. There's more than that aren't on this list. I have a whole bunch of them. They're all on my list. Trinity Universe. I will never play Trinity Universe. Tyranny. Maybe one day I will play Tyranny. Ultima. I have opinions, but I haven't personally played many of the Ultima games. I don't know the order that these all go in. Where's Ultima 1? Okay. Ultima 1. God. How do I grade these? I've never seen Ultima 1. I've never watched a Let's Play. I've watched Let's Plays of several Ultima games, and it's probably the only way that I will ever actually absorb them. I will never play Ultima 1. And I've never seen a playthrough of it. I've never seen a playthrough of Ultima 2, and I've never seen a playthrough of Ultima 3. Yeah, I know. Savage World is also free. Whatever it is, whatever it's called. I'll never play 4. I'll never play 5. I've never played 6. And then the first one that I've actually seen played for sure, and I know I saw the whole game, 7. And I have an opinion on 7 because I've seen it played the whole way. My opinion would be that it's a very middle of the road game, and if you're willing to play a game like that, you would probably like it. Actually, it's going to be more like Oblivion, like Morrowind, because it's very like Morrowind. That kind of like heavy, complicated, why is this game so complicated to play kind of game. Pagan, I watched a playthrough of this. I don't know why the Let's Player was doing that to himself. Pagan is super bad. What in the world? And then I watched this playthrough and was even more confused as to why the Let's Player was doing this to themselves. Ultima 9 is really bad. It's like really, really, really bad. I don't know what this Ultima is. Oh, this is the Serpents of Black Isle. This is 7 as well. Same place. Undertale. I'm sure that Undertale has worn off a lot of people. I think Undertale's an A. I went kind of raving about it just as much as everyone else was when it first came out. But I also never raved it as like the best game ever made. I think Undertale is just it's good. And it does deserve a lot of what it got, but it isn't this like absolute best game in the whole world that everyone and their mother's uncle should have already played. It's just not. Unlimited Saga. Someday I will give that game a fair shot. I think I will probably put it in F when I do. Oh geez. One of these is the These are not what I thought they were. Vandal Hearts is over there. Okay, these are the PSP RPGs, aren't they? I've played Valhalla Knights 1, if this is what I think it is. I should make sure it's what I think it is before I put it where I think it should go. Valhalla Knights. No, this is not a game that this is not what I thought it was. Worst JRPGs ever, number 7, Valhalla Knights. Okay. I'm not sure I will either, but I think someday oh yeah, I have played this. Yes, this is a really... Yes, this is what I was thinking it is. It's like an action RPG. Yeah. It's this really awkward action RPG. And it's incredibly grindy. Yes, that is what I was thinking it is. And yes, that is absolutely an F game. I have never played the other two, but honestly, out of like the curiosity in my heart to find out how there are 3 of these games, I want to. Because the first one is such a what? That how could there be 2 more? Ultima 4, you heard, is the game that changed RPGs from being just hack and slash to having more moral decisions. It could moral. The weird thing about Ultima 4 is that you make decisions in a way that isn't standard to how we make decisions in games now. When you think about RPGs that have decisions in them, you think about Mass Effect, right? Or you think about BioWare games, Fallout, where you are talking to an NPC, they say something to you, and then you have a decision. That's what we think of as, or like, you know, you're in a cutscene, things are going on, and then you have a decision, and that makes the cutscene go forward. That's the kind of way that we think about making decisions in RPGs these days. The Ultima fans would tell you that that is bogus, and that is not that is stupid storytelling, and that there are way better ways to let you make decisions in games than that. Ultima is the game where you can walk in and kill the king. And the game continues. Things will happen and things will be different because you killed the king. That is Ultima. And Ultima is the ultimate form of decision making because you absolutely can do just about anything within the game's engine. So it's like significantly more. Yeah, it's the Ultima games they deserve praise, but they are not for everyone, and they're no longer for me. They're too old. And it's unfortunate because we'll never see games like that anymore, but they are just straight up too old. But moving right along, we come to Valkyria Chronicles. This one might surprise people. Valkyria Chronicles 1 is one of the best games I've ever played. I cried in this game. Valkyria Chronicles 1 is extremely good. I think it's one of the best strategy games out there. I love that game. I love it. Like, absolutely love it. Yeah, everyone should play this game. It is a wonderful, wonderful strategy RPG game based on war. And it's really good. It's really good. I tear up just thinking about the game. The game is really good. 2 is not. I played a little bit of 2. On PSP. Very PSP. I think 2 is at best a D. It's really not a good game. 3, we didn't even get because 2 is that bad. I think there's a translation for 3 a fan translation that you can get. Maybe someday I'll play it if it exists. And then there was 4. And goddamn, guys, they did it again. I want to put 4 right next to Valkyria Chronicles 1 and put it up there at the same time. It is also really, really good. But I think it's a little bit worse than the first one. Really not much, though. It's hard for me to really decide. I don't feel right putting them both there, though. Yeah, I don't feel quite right putting them both there. How many is this in the best, though? Oh, God. My top 10. My top 10 has been created. Okay. Valkyrie profile. Definitely an A-tier game. If you all expected me to throw Valkyrie profile into the S, you don't know me very well. Matter of fact, it's more of a B-tier game. No. Valkyrie profile is not worth the praise, and it is worth the praise. It's not worth. It's mean to say it's not worth the praise, but the battle system. Every character does one thing. Like, you know why I complain about Honkai Star Rail or whatever that game is? The mobile gacha RPG that has the world up in arm. Everybody loves that game. Is it? Oh, gachas aren't so bad. Look at this one. Characters can only do 3 things in that game. They have a special attack, basic attack, and ultimate. That's it. You get 4 characters in battle, and they all have that array. Basic attack, special attack, and an ultimate. And it's supposed to be a turn-based RPG with a heavy emphasis on strategy, apparently. But then there's Valkyrie profile. We all look back on and be like, man, Valkyrie profile, what a good freaking game. Every character in that game is one button. You want Lenneth? spoiler alert. You want Laneth to attack? You push her button, and she attacks. Your characters have combos. They all get 3 attacks, but it's just a combo. They have 1 combo. The idea is that you chain these combos together to fill an ultimate gauge. Once you've filled the ultimate gauge, you then do the ultimate. And then you can chain the ultimates as long as the ultimates continue to refill the gauge. What this does, though, is that you find one party that does 1 set of attacks, and that's all you do. You do those attacks in that order every time. It fills the ultimate gauge, and then you use your ultimates, and the game looks really cool, but it's not very fun to play, because it's literally just, you push these buttons in the same order every time. And none of the characters have anything else to them, except the mages. The mages have a spell list, but the mages, you still generally just push their button to do their spell that you have deemed is their best spell. So it doesn't, the game is extremely shallow, is what I'm getting at. Valkyrie Profile is very strangely shallow. I know that the game is loved, but dang, why is it loved? The why is important here. It's not balancing. It needed more things you could do. You needed to have multiple different attacks and multiple different combos that you could choose your characters to do and have different reasons to do them. And that's what it's missing. Valkyrie Profile 2 tried to take that super simple system and make it into something it wasn't. And it succeeded more than it failed, strangely. And I think it's basically just as good as the first one. It's just very different. In all the strangely right ways. It's weird. I kind of like 2, but I also don't. It's weird. It's a weird game. I've never played Vampire. I've been told to play Bloodlines so many times, but I never have. I will never ever go back to Vampire. I don't think this is Vampire with a Y. This is a Souls-like. And it's strange to me that it's on this list. It is a trash game. I thought Vampire was really bad. Vanguard Bandits I need to play someday. Vandal Hearts and Vandal Hearts 2 that this list doesn't know exist. I need to play someday. Yeah, why is that not on this list either? The Masquerade. Vampire the Masquerade is the first game. I don't know why that's not on this list either. Maybe because Bloodlines is just the one everybody knows, but The Masquerade is the first game. Yeah, Redemption. That's it. Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. That's the first one. It's bad, actually. I didn't like it very much. I would probably put Redemption in, like, D. I'd probably give Redemption a D. Man, Wasteland. I wanted to like these games because I heard that they were, like, more Fallout. Wasteland 1, I think it's just too old for me. I can't do it. Wasteland 2, I think it's just too old for me. I don't think I can do it. I've never played 3. White Knight Chronicles. I wanted this game to be good so bad when it came out. White Knight Chronicles is not good. There's a 2. I don't know why it's not on the list. Maybe because 1 was bad. This person just put the first one on there because they knew it existed. Never paid attention to the fact that there's more. There is a White Knight Chronicles 2, though. It's just like one cutscene from White Knight Chronicles. We're gonna get 2 gameplay, and they're not gonna play the game. Legitimately, they're gonna get to the first save point, and then that's gonna be the end of their playing the game, isn't it? I wanted to see the game actually being played. I hate gameplay videos that don't actually play the goddamn game. They get to the first save point after the opening story and they're done. Yeah. It plays like FF12. And so I thought it would be a game that I would enjoy because it's very FF12y, but it ends up being really bad. And I remember it being incredibly short. This is another one of those games that I remember beating in like 14 hours. This says 25 and a half. Doesn't seem right to me. Maybe one day I'll give it another shot, but that was an F game. Here we go. Here's some amazingly good games. Wild Arms 1. I literally just replayed and beat this game. It is totally an A. Wild Arms is super good. Play it. I know it looks weird. I know it's goofy, but trust me, it's really good. Wild Arms is really good. Wild Arms 2 is really good. Play it. I know it's slow. Yes, it's a slow game. Yes, you have to wait for things. You have to be a little patient, but it's really good. Wild Arms 3 is freaking amazing. It's a really good game. I actually want it to be up here, but it also is really long and has a lot of content, and I'm putting it up there. It's the absolute best. Wild Arms 3 is super freaking good. I'm putting it there. It's going up there. Anime that supposedly has nothing to do with the games? There's an anime to Wild Arms? Really? I know that. Wild Arms 4, I don't know why I beat this game. It's bad. I want to put it, I want it to be an F. It's gonna be, it has to be. That game is really bad. 4 takes everything that made Wild Arms good and throws it away. Except for the soundtrack and no, there's no and. I don't think. 4 if 4 had been more than it was, I just wish. There's a world where Wild Arms 4 was actually good and they didn't decide to throw away the game they were making, probably. At least I hope. I want to believe that they were making something else initially and then threw it away and made this instead and used the same soundtrack that they had for it before. Because if you look at some of the other art for 4, there's art for 4 that is not part of the game. It's never found. Your characters never wear those outfits. I think 4 was initially going to be significantly more Western, because that's the thing about Wild Arms. It's like it's the Western RPG. Play as a as cowboy. It's kind of like the Cowboys RPG. And I'll show it. There's art for 4. Wild Arms 4. It's official art. This is official art for Wild Arms 4. Of the characters being significantly more Western. And he's got this like rifle that he doesn't use in the main game. He never got a rifle. And this character is like the main, like he's like the main sci-fi character in Wild Arms 4. Like, but then yeah, this is the actual cast. Like he's wearing like green shorts and like he's got a sword that is a gun as well, I guess. The game is like, and this is what he ended up actually looking like instead. And I just wish this game right here had been made, because the soundtrack fits this game, and I want to see what this game would have been, and I wish it existed, because Wild Arms 4 is a drag on the series, and then 5 couldn't save it. 5 sort of kind of tries to go back to being sort of kind of Western-y-ish, and didn't do it. It didn't save it. I've never beaten 5, I can say that 5 is a significantly funner game to play than 4 is, and it brings back more of what made Wild Arms good than 4 has, but it is not good enough, and the series died from there. They made this weird tactical RPG on PSP that is this one right here, Alter Code F, or not Alter Code F, XF. Wild Arms XF, I believe. It is super mediocre. I don't think it's F tier, but it's not good. Witch in the Hundred Knight I'll probably never play. Okay, The Witcher. I didn't know that this was going to be here, but I guess it makes sense considering things that have been here. Witcher 1 is probably a weird B for me. No, it's a C. It's a weird game. I don't actually know if I really did like it. Witcher 2 is utter garbage. I think Witcher 2 sucks. Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know what I was supposed to like about that game. It plays like garbage, and it has really bad pacing. It's really hard for no reason. I didn't like Witcher 2 at all. I played Witcher 3 for long enough to know that not for me. Witcher 3 is a D. Best. It's too much. It's the level of open world that is too much. It's too big. There's too much to do. I have more things in my life to do than just play Witcher 3. I don't want to play one game for 200 hours, especially one as basic to play as Witcher 3. It's not that complicated. It's just a basic action RPG. And it's not for me. Oh god, wizardry. No. Oh, I'm behind. I'm behind the wizardry. I'm not gonna try the wizardry. We're never gonna get into the wizardry. I'm sorry. Maybe they're great. I don't know. Wizardry is old stuff. Like Ultima levels old. It's never gonna happen. It's just never gonna happen. There's too many other things. 6 through 8 shouldn't. I think 6 through 8 is fine. Although don't play 8 from what I understand. 8's really bad. From what I understand. I don't know. I never played them. I don't know what this game is. This next game. It's like Exkindu. Exkinadu next? Is that a thing? Ooh. And Xanadu next. Steam. Xanadu next. Let's look. Very positive. Much less didn't even know. I was doing 1 damage per slash there. That sure looks pretty decent. Doesn't look bad at all. Doesn't look bad at all. will throw that on the want to play. Come over to my actual Steam real fast. Do next. Hit up the old wish list. Yep. What that was. All right, Xenoblade Chronicles. Man. The game that could have been. It's a B. Xenoblade Chronicles could have been so much more. All it needed to go from, and I mean this, like literally, to go from B to S. Xenoblade Chronicles needed the ability for you to change your character in combat. Which character you're controlling, you needed to be able to swap it on the fly in combat. If you can do that in the definitive edition, somebody tell me, because I'll raise it to an S right now without even playing it. Xenoblade Chronicles not being able to swap your character in combat and change who you're controlling makes that game really annoying to play, and it's not that fun because the freaking character's AI is garbage. There were times where I turned around during the final boss fight, which I was struggling on super badly, only to see that my party was literally just standing there, and I couldn't handle it. I could not handle it. That game made me so mad. Xenoblade Chronicles could have been so much better, but it wasn't. And then 2 came out, and I'll give it an F. I won't be that mean to someone's favorite game, because I know that Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is one of those ones where this is just not for me, and it's so entirely not for me that I see it as trash, but it actually really isn't. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is one of those games that if it is for you, and you do like that kind of storytelling, and you do like those characters, and you do enjoy MMO gameplay, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is going to click with you so well, you're going to love it. But none of those things ended up being true for me, and I hated it. I have been told that this Xenoblade Chronicles 2, this the expansion game that's kind of short, I would actually like a lot more, and I have thought about playing it. I've been told that I would like it a lot more, that the characters that are in it are much more my style, and that the game is much more my style, and I would probably, I could probably very much enjoy it. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is not in this list. It is not on my to-play list, though. This game, Xenoblade Chronicles X, is getting a remaster onto the Switch, I think, finally. And when it does, I will give it a try. Xenogears. Oh, man. Guys, ready for this? Ready? Ready for Xenogears? Ready? It's a D! Listen. I know for anybody watching this, you probably just left the video right now. You're like, okay, if you got this far, thank you. First off. But otherwise, you just left right now. You're done. You're done. You're out. Xenogears being a D is not acceptable. We're done. We're leaving. I'm done with you. Listen. Okay. Xenogears is another one of those games that was on the brink of being something more. And it's another one of those games that Squaresoft just didn't have the time to iron out the wrinkles of. The on-foot battle system is god awful. I liked playing the game when I was in the mechs. The mech battle system is perfectly fine. I don't really have. I think it's a little bland, like a little bit, but it's pretty much perfectly fine. The mech battling it could be better. There could be more things you could do with your mech, more abilities, more equipment that you could attach. It needed a bit more. But the on-foot combat system basically can't be saved. It needs to be completely reworked and completely overhauled in order to save the on foot combat. Um, the combos that you do, and the idea of like building up AP, there's no point. There's actually actively no point to building up AP. The only thing you build up AP for is to kill a boss that counters with heals. That's it. Bosses that counter, there's a reason to use the AP system. Otherwise, there's not. There's just straight up not. And the idea, you're like, okay, well then maybe like every other boss will counter or something. There'll be big bouts. There'll be a lot of like building up AP so that you can do these big attacks so that you can get around counters all the time. No, there's not. You just always use your best attack. And that's the thing, is that you always just use your best killer move because there's no reason not to. You never have anything. There's never any like incentive. You can't chain the attacks together. There's no point to like it would be one thing if you like had like a small, like, you know, you had like a couple attacks that took small amounts of moves, and as you got higher level you could use more moves. And so now instead of using one killer move that takes like your entire turn, you could instead chain together like two small ones. And you know, now you're dealing like, now you're like making like these chain combos that save AP while you're making them, because so now you have like two small attacks that saves one AP, and instead of using all your AP on one attack. And but they don't do that. You either just save AP or you attack. There's no in between. And it just, the system is bad. Magic is awful. There's never any point to using magic. Elemental affinities don't matter really, because all you do is beat shit up. Like, the game is just boring. It's boring and it's not very good. And oh my god, the second disc. I can't even get started. The second disc is such an atrocious part of the game. It starts like the whole thing with you just sitting in a chair while they just explain all the exposition that you missed because you just were sitting in a chair, and they didn't have the time or funds to complete the game, which I understand why. It's the whole FF8 thing. FF8 ruined Xenogears as much as Xenogears ruined FF8. But like, legitimately, it doesn't mean that the game is still some godsend, even though it was ruined by the development cycle. It was ruined. People who love the game say that it was ruined by the development cycle. Like, you're literally saying to me it was ruined. I love it if you want, but I'm sorry that a ruined game is not something I like. So, I know. People, my Xenogears take is really hot, but I stick to it. Xenogears is not good. Xenosaga 1. Prepare your butts. I put Xenosaga 1 in A tier. I actually really like Xenosaga 1. I think it's way underrated, and it's way better than you're willing to accept, I think. But Xenosaga 1 is a lot of cutscene. Very, very lot of storyline. If you're not willing to watch movie, don't play Xenosaga 1. A very large amount of Xenosaga 1 is movie. It's a movie. A lot. This is very often a movie, but it's a very good movie. I like it. Xenosaga 2. Xenosaga 2 is the unfortunate stepchild of all of these games. Xenosaga 1 starts out really great, and I like it. We're past that. Xenosaga 2 is garbage. It is absolute garbage. It's super bad. The battle system is not fun. The storyline is utterly confusing and trash. You replay the same content over and over again, and it's terrible. Yeah, Xenosaga 2 is an awful game, and that's really unfortunate because Xenosaga 3 is really god tier. Xenosaga 3 is very, very good. And even though they were rushing to try to complete what was supposed to be a seven-part series, they wanted to just make it ending at the third one because of how bad 2 had done. Yeah, Xenosaga 3, really, 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 really good. You can actually kind of skip 2. So if you want to try to play the series, you can kind of just skip 2. Just realize that when you start up 3, one of the first things you should do is go into the library and prepare to do some reading to catch up. But you can kind of just skip 2. We just gave up. Yeah, fair enough. Idra Union. I will never play Idra Union. I'm aware of it. I will never play it. Oh, hey, the East Games. Okay. This is East. I don't know what this is, but it's not East. I'll probably never play it. East is where we end. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. It's weird that they have Memories of Celceta on here when also have the Sun here and 4 here. Is Ask of the Sun and 4 are Memories of Celceta? It's just this is 2 4s. There's 2 4s. I will never play the original 4s because I had Memories of Celceta. And Memories of Celceta is pretty good. It's a C. I am going to judge Wanderers from East, this one, 3, as being Oath and Felghana. I don't know why they aren't saying Oath and Felghana when they have Memories of Celceta there. It's a little weird. So this I'm going to say is Oath and Felghana, not Wanderers from East. I don't like Wanderers from East. Okay? To be very clear, if this was the original Wanderers from East, I would put it in utter trash. Okay? Okay. Now that we're past that, Oath and Felghana is an A-tier game. It's really good. I like it a lot. Ark of Nepishtim. Ark of Nepishtim is also an A-tier game. It's really good. I like it a lot. It's a lot like Zelda, actually. It's really fun. You get elemental swords instead of tools, but they work the same way. It's really cool. Really good game. You should play it. East 5, maybe someday. It's only on SNES right now. You can only play the very original version. They've never, and apparently it's no longer canon. Really weird. This is book 1 and 2. This is East 1 and 2. F. This is one of those weird games that I don't know how the series got off the I don't know how it got started. Actually, you know what? Not F. Trash. I'm sorry. East 1 and 2 are bad. I don't know how this series got started. It's right up here with Breath of Fire and Phantasy Star. Where like how did this start a series that is now 10 games deep? Like with that. How? It's so bad. East 7, I have not played. I want to. East 8 is really good. This is S tier. East 8 is an S tier game. It's really, really good. Really, really, really good. It's not the best game ever, but it's really good. And I never played Origin. So I maybe someday will. Yeah. That is this list. There are definitely things that are missing. There was no Parasite Eve. Plenty of PS1 stuff that's missing actually. There's no Parasite Eve. There was none of the Monster Raisers, like Monster Rancher, Dragon Seeds. None of the King's Quest, none of the Kingsfield. All the Kingsfield games are missing. Shadow Tower. There's a lot of stuff that I can think of that wasn't on this list. So it can't be like, you can't take this as like the absolute most comprehensive JRPGs list. But it's a lot, for sure. I didn't find a list that would have been more. This one, I guess. On the 800. Maybe this is the one I should have done. This one has Popolo Christ. There's Monster Rancher. Honda Arc. Yuga's in here. Triangle Strategy. This one's a little newer. Octopath Traveler 2. White Knight Chronicles 2, which I mentioned. There's another one, apparently it was Origins. I didn't even know that. No Sagas. I guess this is maybe the one I should have used. Tales of Arise is in here. They have the rest of the Star Oceans in here too. They didn't miss some of them. Well, maybe someday I'll come back and do another list. This doesn't look like everything to me though. Is Legend of Dragoon in here? Front missions are in here. The front missions were missing from the other one. Yeah, the Lufia DS versions here. All the Mega Man Battle Network stuff wasn't on that other list. Or I don't think this is in alphabetical order. Maybe it is. If it is, then Legend of Dragoon should be here, right? No, because Shadow Hearts is up here. So this is definitely not in alphabetical order. I don't see Guardian. I haven't seen Guardians Crusade in here either. There was no mystery dungeon games on that list, like at all. Favorite, yeah, wow, actually, Chocobo's Dungeon 2 was not on that list. Chocobo's Dungeon 2. There you go. Good call. Which, here's a Chocobo's Dungeon game, this list, so I would assume that the rest of them are here too. This is much more comprehensive on the Final Fantasies. It looks like Explorers is here. Here's Dimensions. You wouldn't even know unless you actually knew already. Got 4 Heroes of Light. Yeah, this is a much more comprehensive list. Got the little Final Fantasy 15 stupid game they did. No, Chocobo's Dungeon 2 isn't on the Wii. This one is, if that's what you're saying. Chocobo's Dungeon 2 is on PS1. The full game. It's like this. It's the Chocobo's Dungeon 1. In gross widescreen. I don't know why this person's playing in widescreen, but they are. I hate people who do that. I get it, I guess. You want to use your whole screen, but like the game is 4:3. Don't play it in widescreen. It's a 4:3 game. This is the second dungeon though. Yeah. The first one is also a PS1 game, but we didn't get it in America. There is a translation patch, but I gotta tell you, 2 is the actual good one. 1's fun, but 2 is the good game. Chocobo's Dungeon 2. Good game. Very good game. I imagine I will never find a list out there that actually has everything in it, though. Like, I just won't. Here's Oath in Felghana, different from Wanderers of Ys. Oh, yeah, I think I've heard of that. I don't think I ever played it. Well, don't think. I never did. The second Cthulhu game? Fedar. Oof. Monarchs in. You know, I don't see Guardians Crusade or Legend of Dragoon in here though. I'm looking. It's got Kudelka and it doesn't have Legend of Dragoon. It's such a funny sticking point. It doesn't have Legend of Dragoon. I'm not gonna do it. It's a bad list. I'm not doing it. No Legend of Dragoon. 0 out of 10. Cannot use. It doesn't have either of those two though. Legend of Dragoon and Guardians Crusade are the two that I think of that I expect games to not know about or people to not know about. I appear to be right. Oh, they called it. They did the Dark Chronicle one. Dark Cloud? No Dark Cloud 2? No. Chronicle. Same thing. Same thing. Alright, well, I'm gonna go feed my dogs because they want food. I should eat. Why is Radical Dreamers here? It's not an RPG, it's just a story. Saying that a book is an RPG game. Not. Yeah, maybe at some point I'll come back and do this one too. Would be interesting to go through this one. Definitely has more. For sure. Jade Cocoon here. God, you got Jade Cocoon? Legend of Dragoon? I don't know. Alright. Take it easy, guys. I hope this was enjoyable, at least somewhat. Here's another look at the list. I will slow scroll here real fast. Do a slow scroll by. What makes 8 my favorite? Dragon Quest 8 being my favorite Dragon Quest may in fact be because it was my first. It's very possible. Well, it wasn't my first. My first Dragon Quests was 1 and 2. Well, probably just 1. When I was really young. Dragon Quest 8 was the first Dragon Quest that I truly really enjoyed. Whoops. So it may very well be that, but I think that it's the best entry point. It's the most like Final Fantasy that I had ever played as far as the Dragon Quests go, and it really caused me to really truly appreciate Dragon Quest as a series. From Dragon Quest 8, I ended up spreading out and finding all the other Dragon Quests and finding the ones that I liked and the ones that I didn't like. I think that just like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest has as many really good ones as it has really bad ones. But I do personally think that 8 and 11 could probably be flip-flopped, and I don't think I would feel differently either way. If you took 11, which should be somewhere in my S. Yeah, here it is. It's just hard to see it. You could probably take 11 and drop it in place of 8. They're very similar on that front. But yeah, no, I really disliked 9. I thought 9 was really not good. 3 is the only like classic Dragon Quest that I actually really, really like. I think 3 is really good. The rest of them all have their own problems, except that I haven't played 6. Maybe I'd like 6. I don't know. I think that series is really, really hit and miss. Some of the games are really good. Most of them are not that great. Most of them are just Bs. I think I actually put lots of the Dragon Quests in like B and C. I know 2, 5, and 1 are all in B right next to each other. I know that 4 should be down in like F. Did I say 4 was trash? Too many little images. Oh yeah, here's 4 and 7. They're both bad. 6 I haven't played, so it'll be down in the haven't played section. Yep. Now, the real question ends up being, do I agree with this as my like favorite RPGs of all time? And I think the answer is no. I don't, because I don't think FF Tactics is my favorite, one of my favorite RPGs of all time. Honest. But I'll never agree with what I say as I go. That would be it would be interesting to do another one and then like compare it to this one. Right? Like do this one, add in a couple things that I know are missing, but do this one and then compare it to this one. What did I actually, did I align? Be interesting to see. But I'm going to save this. I'm going to at least download the image of it. Yeah. I'm going to head off. So take it easy, and I will see you all later.